Those those rights derived from natural law exist regardless of the technology. So what we ought to do
can talk to me. And when you sign up for a 60-day free trial by January 31st, you'll pay just $3.99 a month. Sign up now at neoufitness.com. That's neoufitness.com.
Look, staying healthy isn't easy. Watching your diet, hitting the gym, avoiding stress. But a good night's rest helps boost your overall health and wellness. And it couldn't be easier. The Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed effortlessly adjusts and responds to both of you. The result? You wake up ready for anything. Proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. During our lowest prices of the season, save up to $1,000 on Sleep Number 360 Smart Beds, plus special financing, only for a limited time. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Now there's an exciting new treatment available right here in Denver using natural biologics, regenerative solutions that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your joints. Hey, it's Michael Brown here. I'm talking about QC Kinetics. Now open here. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical regeneration. Highly concentrated natural biologics that can give you lasting relief. Now, if you have pain in your knees, back, shoulder, hips, and you're tired of steroids, pain meds, and talk of major surgery, this is the treatment that you've been hoping for. Call the medical professionals at QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. Learn about how natural biologics can be used to get you moving again, but pain-free. Listen, don't let them keep giving you steroids, and don't let them tell you surgery is your only option. Get a free second opinion at QC Kinetics. Do it now, and imagine life in 2022 without pain. Call QC Kinetics now at 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986.
What's all the buzz about nasal irrigation and Navage? And should I try it? Here's the science. Airborne germs invade through your nose. It's the body's air filter for trapping allergens and viruses. When your nose gets clogged, it's less effective and germs multiply. Eventually, your immune system can get overwhelmed and you get sick. Nasal irrigation is an effective, all-natural way to clean your nose. It's not a drug, it's more like plumbing. Saline goes in one nostril, around the back of the nose and out the other nostril, flushing out mucus and germs. I'm Martin Hoke, and I invented Navage to make cleaning your nose easy. It's the world's only nose cleaner with powered suction. Navage pulls out the bad stuff so you can breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and feel healthier. At Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, Bed Bath, and Walmart. Or go to Navage.com for a free gift with purchase. Over 2 million sold. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
High temps today only in the mid-30s, and we'll hit that early in the afternoon, and then temperatures will fall throughout the rest of the day. We've got snow moving in mainly after 5 o'clock. We're looking at about 1 to 4 inches for most of the metro area. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Compassion International has a network of over 300 church partners in Haiti, poised to bring critical relief to those suffering because of the recent earthquake. Make your $40 one-time gift now by texting the keyword radio to 97646.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeart radio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeart radio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
ABC News, I'm Rena Roy. In Philadelphia, 13 people dead in a row house fire this morning in the city's Fairmount section. Police say the house had been converted into 2 apartments. In Chicago, school officials followed through on a threat today to cancel classes if Chicago public school teachers voted to return to remote learning amid rising COVID cases. Chicago Health Commissioner Dr. Allison Arwady saying there's no evidence that the schools themselves are the source of transmission.
What have we seen? Cases in kids rise. over break while we're out of school. People who think that the school is what is driving it, and I know this is hard for folks to understand, that's not what we see.
Mass protests throughout the former Soviet Republic of Kazakhstan, highly unusual in the nation dominated by the 30-year authoritarian rule of a former communist boss. The unrest prompted by a spike in fuel prices. This is ABC News. The spread of the coronavirus forcing organizers of the big tech show CES to scale things back in Las Vegas. As it officially opens today, ABC's Alex Stone says health technology is front and center.
Every year at CES, there's a sort of unofficial theme, and this year's theme, amid smaller crowds and the black cloud of COVID, has to be many companies showing off health and comfort tech, from a $310,000 robot that can massage you to beds that can wake you up in the morning. Ali Freed represents CES.
Digital therapeutics and sort of that remote patient monitoring.
Always hot at CES. Yes, there are bigger, crisper micro-LED TVs for all of the home streaming viewing we've all been doing. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards pardoning Homer Plessy after his 1892 arrest trying to overthrow the ban on black people sitting in whites-only railroad cars. The arrest leading to the infamous Plessy versus Ferguson Supreme Court decision. Rena Roy, ABC News.
On our first date, we had masks on and kept 6 feet apart. Now, we're a lot closer.
Just like Cliff and Deb, thousands of singles over 50 found their perfect match on Silver Singles last year.
I feel like I'm 20 years old again, and I'm pretty sure she feels the same way.
Rediscover the magic of dating with Silver Singles, the exclusive community for singles over 50. Sign up today and receive daily matches you won't want to miss at silversingles.com/radio. silversingles.com/radio.
You probably wouldn't leave thousands of dollars on the table at a diner. Why leave thousands on the table with your tax return? Jackson Hewitt will help make sure you don't. This year, there are thousands of dollars worth of new tax credits. Your Jackson Hewitt Tax Pro will help you track down every last one, so you get your biggest refund guaranteed. Don't leave thousands on the table this year. Discover thousands of dollars in tax credits instead.
Check, please.
Learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
K-How News Time, 10:03.
Some kids in the Boulder County Burn area go back to school today.
School will reopen here for Boulder Valley schools this morning. Mental health experts will be out of the schools this morning, and they will be on hand to help with any and all issues that any of the kids may be facing. District leaders say today's return will...
You don't do shit for 5 days. Then, don't get a test. Unless you do get a test, and if you do get a test and you fail the test, even though the test can fail for up to 12 weeks, then you stay home still. Or you simply don't get a test. That is some guidance. And then look, Chicago, these fucking assholes again. No school again for the kids. Doesn't matter what the science says. No school. These fucking teachers' unions, they should be ashamed. They don't give a fuck about the kids. They don't give a fucking rat's ass about the kids.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com.
Traffic is up to full speed on I-25 either direction. No reported slow traffic through downtown.
Sleepy Joe's coming to our town.
Even when Lori fucking Lightfoot is telling them to go, let me tell you, when Lori Lightfoot is on the right side of anything, it's goddamn amazing. She's telling the teachers to get their asses to work, and they're telling her to fuck off. And she must be the most liberal mayor out there.
Partly cloudy tomorrow in Boulder with a high of 25. Currently it's 26. With your impact, traffic and weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 6:30 K-How.
Need new hires in the new year.
Did you guys see that video of the over Christmas where they said the guy actually said to Sleepy Joe, "Go Brandon," and he went, "Yeah, go Brandon. Me too," or some fucking shit that made no sense. Can you believe that motherfucker doesn't even know what that means? They must keep him so sheltered. They keep him all doped up in the back or something.
When he sleeps with Michael Jackson on the Troubleshooter.
Probably, huh? They probably put the full-blown mask on him and knock his ass out. Wake him up for the occasional press conference. with pictures of people he can take questions from.
Yeah, Libby thinks you're at 100%, Mark.
There's 100%. I had a nose job.
Is a nose job.
Oh, man. Holy shit. You ready for the best show ever? You ready? I hope you're watching it. Dexter.
Oh, fuck.
Did you watch Sundays?
Yeah, but I fell asleep.
Oh, my fucking God.
He revealed to his son the dark past.
Are you kidding?
But I didn't see the rest of it.
Go watch it.
He's in training, bro.
Okay, don't tell me the rest. Seriously.
I was wondering how they were going to do that.
Well, the kid definitely has a dark passenger. I mean, they made that evident. You know, is he a bad guy, though? Are you a bad guy for killing people that murder, in this example, 20 women? I mean, come on. A dark passenger. I got nothing over here to leave.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. I'm going to get right to the phones. The important part is we are here to help. I'm Tom Martino, and more than 40 years I've been on radio fighting for you, solving problems, answering questions, and taking complaints. Enough about me. Now let's talk about you. What's on your mind and how can we help you? It's something we ask every single day. So let's get right to the phones. 303-713-TALK. Today we'll also have our insurance expert on from Compass Insurance Group to talk about helping you through this troubled time if you've lost your home or had any kind of catastrophe because of this Boulder, Longmont, this whole area from the Marshall fires. It's amazing. It's such an unbelievable task. For example, all of these houses clustered together. Are they going to have everyone going to get their own builder? Are they going to take cash settlements and just move out? And maybe a builder go. This is what I think should happen. A builder should go in and make a mass offer on all of the lots only.
Yeah, but a lot of people moved up in that area for the scenery and everything.
Right.
And I don't know if you can necessarily take the money and run.
Yeah,
you
can.
You can?
Under many circumstances like this, you can.
Okay.
Because they would rather, listen, by the time they even clean the area and get it ready for reconstruction, they're not going to let one home builder in there. It's going to have to be a coordinated effort. There has to be some kind of coordinated effort. Therefore, we're talking about temporary housing. We're talking about major expense. And there are many companies that will likely just say, let's make a cash settlement. The people can leave, and then they own their lot, and then they sell their lot to a builder. Or I want to ask Brian from Compass Insurance Group, is it possible, Brian, that the insurance company would pay for the land or never?
No, you're not going to get any coverage for the land. And I will tell you that cash out option, you and I talked about it a little bit yesterday. You really got to check with the insurance carrier to see what option they have, because some of them may do it, but they may only give actual cash value in that case. Where,
and one of the reasons one of the reasons they discourage cash offers is because they don't want people burning down their homes for money.
Right, yeah, but from a standpoint like this, sometimes the insured is going to get less money than if they would have just rebuilt the home.
Well, I'd assume they get a hell of a lot.
Written.
Wouldn't they get a hell of a lot less, Brian, if they're not paying for the damn property in any way?
Well, you would still own the property. You could sell the property itself.
Right, of course you could.
Land.
Yes, soot and all.
So actual but those lots are going to be worth something. Actual cash value, that would be devastating.
First call I'd make, honestly, is to a public adjuster. We had too many people the Granby fire. How many people were offered $600,000-$700,000, and Matt or who's the other guy went in and got him 1.4, 1.5? I mean, how do you argue that?
Claims Pros or Paragons or Paragon Services. Here's the thing, like Claims Pro, for example, Peter, he can handle the commercial or the residential, and so Claims Pro is that's what he does, okay, and that's what Paragon does as well, and we have those on the referral list for a specific reason. Now, I will tell you this: this is when they work best, is with major damage and total loss. A lot of people feel with total loss you don't need a public adjuster. But I submit that's when you really need them, because what you're doing is you are negotiating a price that many of them don't take into consideration, like profit, overhead, and all that other stuff that goes into rebuilding, and public adjusters can help. So just while I'm mentioning it, Claims Pro, online is publicadjuster.pro, 833-252-4600. That's Claims Pro. And, I do commercials for them anyway, so 833-252-4600. And then, as we mentioned, Paragon, Matt's been with us for years. Public adjusting, I want you to know something. They are not independent adjusters. There's a big difference, okay? Let me explain this. When there's a big catastrophe, possibly like this one with Marshall, insurance companies they don't have enough staff adjusters to go out and to process claims. So they hire adjusters called independent adjusters. They work for the insurance company. They are not on your side. Insurance adjusters have one purpose: to take the claim and try to diminish it as much as possible. Now, there are adjusters listening who will cringe and say, that's not true. We try to give them fair and just settlements. Okay, fine. No, you don't. Okay, so in other words, what you do is you try to save money for the insurance company. In fact, there was at a State Farm meeting, the CEO was quoted as saying, our obligation is to reduce claims, and our obligation is to increase profits, decrease claims, and increase profits for stockholders. And so that's just the model. That doesn't mean they're immoral. It means they're trying to do a good job for their stockholders. What you have to do as an insured is make sure you're being treated fairly. Part of that is a public adjuster, not an independent adjuster, not a insurance company adjuster. Their word is not God or gold, if you add an L. They are simply people giving you an estimate. Now, Brian, when it comes to a total loss, would you say there's less wiggle room for adjusters to cheat people?
Well, yeah, I will say you do see a big difference between companies and how claims are adjusted. But
right. By the way, I wanted to say that Compass Insurance Group, these are not their opinions. These are mine. Compass Insurance Group is an independent broker who deals with 25 companies. And they're not the ones saying adjusters are crooked, because I imagine, Brian, you've come across some good ones.
For sure. Yeah. People that go out of the way to make things, get paid for that I didn't even know would get paid for. So you do see it. But I appreciate your sentiment that you've seen plenty of, times where clients are not getting what they should. So I totally understand. I just wanted to clarify that I would probably say that I see lots of claims that are paid fairly, but it's just a matter of who is dealing with the claim. But on the case of a total loss, there is a little bit less wiggle room. However, it's a very big loss. They're so devastating, because if you just think about the fact that you're sitting there thinking, I'm starting from scratch now. How do I rebuild this home? And there's cleanup costs and debris removal, and there's all these things that kick in, and loss of use and possible building code coverage. There's just so many things. And
I want to tell people right now, if they know a victim, if they know anyone listening, they can call us 24/7 at 303-MARTINO. We will get them accurate information. We will get them resources. We will help each and every one of them. They can call the show right now, 303-713-TALK or 303-MARTINO.
I just want to reemphasize the first call I would personally make is to a public adjuster and a total loss. I don't trust insurance companies to do the right thing under any circumstance whatsoever.
Agreed. But here's the point, is that a public adjuster, a good one like the ones we have, will tell you if you have a good case or not. I would first see what the adjuster says, then I would call a public adjuster. Maybe that's not the right way to do it, but that's the way I would do it. I would wait to see what they say, and then the public adjuster can see where they're coming from. By the way, Donna has a granddaughter with a student housing issue. Matt wants to talk about diminished value, and we have an expert on for that. And Joanne has a landscaper issue. Whatever your issue, 303-713-TALK.
Where's the car one?
Your Jackson Hewitt tax pro will help you track down every last one, so you get your biggest refund guaranteed. Don't leave thousands on the table this year.
That's coming on around noon, and I don't want to talk about it.
Learn more at jackson.com.
You want to save your life, a loved one's life, someone's life? I've been saying this because I have personally experienced this. You may think you're in perfect health. You're doing all the right supplements. But then because of heredity or some other reason, you have soft plaque. They can detect it with this scan. Just 15 minutes, non-invasive, pain-free. The lowest cost, most accurate diagnostic method for predicting heart disease and risk of stroke. $150. I found out what I had, took care of it, get it reversed. There are methods to do that too. But first you got to find out. CoreScans.com without the E, C-O-R. CoreScans.com, 720-740-2663. Hey, if you want a solar system, Genesis Solar, CO.com can help you. Genesis is also part of the family of companies from Mark Szymanski, and he has Genesis Total Exteriors. And right now, with all the wind, not everyone lost their home. Some people just have extensive wind damage. He can put everything on one invoice. He'll take care of the roof, the gutters, the siding, windows even, doors, outbuildings, fences, whatever you need. He can do it all. All of your insurance loss if you've had high winds. Genesis Total Exteriors.com. And his number, 303-679-8509.
Satisfaction guaranteed and the best pricing guaranteed out there in plumbing services. You got to check out Master Rooter. They've been on our referral list for almost 15 years. A great company with the guaranteed lowest prices. And if you ever need sewer line replacement, you're not going to get a better deal. 720-434-3406. 720-434-3406. Master Rooter Plumbing on our referral list at referralist.com.
By texting 484848, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from...
After I edit it.
For a backup? Yeah. Well, send it to me then.
Oh, okay. He was asking yesterday. I must have played one that said November in it.
Well, do you want me to share the backup folder with you so you can go and listen to whatever you have?
I think you already did, unless you unshared it. Yeah, okay. I'll look at it. As soon as I get it from him, I'll look.
And then you can delete or do whatever you need with them. I think you can even upload them. I think I gave you those. Let me give you full privileges on it.
Marshall, by the way.
What did I say?
You didn't say.
I said Marshall Fires? Did you say Marshall Fires?
No, Marshall's the name of the owner of Amazing Moves.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even know.
It just hit me. Because Suzanne texted it.
The American dream as much as Romanian immigrant Mitch Floria. He arrives with just $300 in his pocket. Started Art of Granite, now serves the entire Front Range and Mountain View. A direct selling order. Wholesale prices on new customers for all countertops. Completed in just 2 weeks, including floors. When you have the kitchen done, tear out and haul away free. Get a price on the phone. 303-386.
Oh, pronouns. So, listen to this. I'm listening to,
Don't get me started.
on the airplane, I'm listening to this crime junkies. I love these fucking two. Great podcast. But they're doing one on a transgender. So instead of her or he, what do they use? Do you know? They. Now, how weird does that sound sometimes? How weird is it? It doesn't even sound...
You watch Billions?
It doesn't even sound like English, though, sometimes.
Did you watch Billions?
No.
You never watched the show Billions?
Oh, yeah, I love her. And whatever.
Taylor was a mess.
I love Taylor. I love that character.
Taylor was a they. And
I love that.
And they are.
Do you love the character?
Yes. And especially in the early season when she dressed up to go get that guy.
It sounds like they're talking in third person sometimes. Though.
They are. There's 3 of them there. They're calling them they. You and both of them.
No, like,
this is going to give you editing rights.
They're very hungry, and they went to a restaurant. Now, what the fuck sense does that make?
They're very hungry, so they went to a restaurant.
Well, that's not what they were saying in this podcast. So.
I understand that, but the podcast was intended to make it sound as crazy as it sounds.
Okay.
It sounds crazy.
It's fucking crazy as fuck. He was very they were very upset. How would you say that?
They were very upset.
Well, and then how do you know who the fuck they're talking about?
Then you say their name.
Well, okay, what happens if there's 2 fucking theys in the room?
No, then you say their name.
Tom Martino here.
RealCBDThatWorks.com will get you to the site where you get Panacea Life Sciences CBD. I've been endorsing their wonderful products. Use Tom in the promo code 30% off. Sue's been using that eye serum, Mark. Did you notice? It's wonderful. And don't you dare say anything wrong.
My God, man.
RealCBDThatWorks.com. Anyway, no, seriously. Anti-inflammatory. They have great cosmetics, as well as, of course, pain relief, anxiety relief, inflammation relief, RealCBDThatWorks.com. Now, well, let's go to the phones, okay? We got an expert on, so I want to take that. Matt has a question about diminished value. So, Matt, welcome to the show. I'm Tom. What's going on? Did you have an accident, and how can we help you, sir?
Hey there.
Hey, man.
So I took my truck, my 2017 GMC Duramax, into Ferguson Buick GMC for an oil change. It ended up slipping off of the lift from the frame to the
that's terrible. How new was this truck? 17?
17.
Yeah. So how many miles on it?
60,000.
You know, when you get up to 4 or 5 years old, diminished value goes down. Diminished value is most prominent on cars that are pretty new or on cars that are exotic. But let's take your case, a 2017, and it fell off the lift. What kind of damage?
So most of it was contained to the driver's side, but basically what happened is it shifted off of the frame, those arms that stick out for the lift.
Yeah.
Shifted off of the frame and went through the driver's rear.
How'd that happen, by the way? How'd that happen?
So when they put these bigger trucks on a lift, they usually put a transmission jack under the hitch, and that transmission jack slipped out, and the whole truck shifted.
They screwed up.
So, yeah. So, I mean, thankfully nobody was hurt.
I bet there's $5,000 in diminished value even after it's fixed.
Okay, so how much damage was there, actual physical damage?
So the arm of the lift went through the running board, through the rocker
How much in dollars? How much in dollars?
So the first, it ended up being $7,300, just about $7,000, $7,500. But I just got it back last Wednesday, and right now I'm talking to the shop that did the repairs, Gerber, about the shock up at the driver's side, snapped at the top.
Okay, but let's just get right to it. let's say they can fix everything. Is there a diminished value claim? Let's talk to our expert, Justin Petty. He runs a website, I believe it's called Petty Details. Is it pettydetails.com?
Diminishedvalueexperts.com.
Diminishedvalueexperts.com. Okay, and the name of his company is Petty Details as well, I believe. So, Justin, what about this? A 2017 truck fell off a lift, and again, the mileage on that truck, sir?
60,000.
Yeah, 60,000. What do you think, Justin? Would that be more than just physical damage on that truck? Will that have cooties going forward?
Yeah, I mean, of course it does depend on the actual components that are damaged, but even the history of moderate damage like that will affect the resale value of the vehicle. It'll drop from one condition down to the next, basically, probably somewhere between a 9 and 12% loss in value at a moderate damage level on that. Yeah.
And are they offering anything to you, Matt?
No. So I've tried calling the insurance company. I tried talking to Ferguson, trying to get their insurance company info. Nobody would give me anything, wouldn't return my calls on it. And they were going to pay for it out of pocket, so it didn't go onto the Carfax. But then they ended up, I asked them about insurance, and they ended up sending it through insurance the next day. So they sent it through, and I called the adjuster, the claim adjuster for it, 2 times the week of Christmas, 1 time the
okay. Okay, so yes or no? Are they going to pay diminished value?
No, I've not gotten any. Call
you got to quit dealing with that insurance company and deal directly with this dealership.
You got to ask them for diminished value. You're going to tell them the physical damage won't cover your losses.
The first thing you do is call up Petty Details when we're done with this conversation. They charge like $300 or $400 for the full report. They're going to actually break down the report, why it's diminished, and how much it's diminished by. Then you go to the dealership and tell them to write a check.
Alrighty.
I mean, it really is that easy. Now, they're going to resist it. They're going to resist it. But, Justin, how successful have you been when you submit reports?
Well, I mean, I've been doing this for nearly 30 years as an independent, and we have a high success rate. I mean, there's not really much of a defense. The value is decreased, and you can measure that in the market. And when you document that for them, they need to produce, something that controverts my opinion, or else they're going to have a hard time explaining it in front of any kind of legal setting.
So there you go, Matt. You're going to call him. Suze, what is Justin's phone number? Do you have it written down somewhere, or should he just go to the website? Let's just go to the website first. I think that would be easiest. It's diminishedvalueexpert.com. diminishedvalueexpert.com.
You've said something a lot. If you have, all these kind of wannabe Ferraris and Lamborghinis that have been in an accident, if you have a new exotic car like that,
yes,
and it gets into a wreck, how much can it literally drop? 50 grand, 60 grand, even after it's fixed?
Well, an accident in an exotic car?
Yeah.
50%. Justin, tell him about what about a Lamborghini, a Lambo or a Ferrari that has major damage? What does it drop
after it's fixed?
Yeah,
50%.
Yeah, I mean, severe. It can be real bad. We had a case that went to appraisal clause with a company here where I was named as one of the appraisers, and both after it was after it was finished, it was $100,000.
Oh my God!
Diminished value.
Yeah. And what about a minor damage, like a quarter panel or something? What would that do?
Well, even minor damage affects those because of the discriminating type of consumers that buy them. And so minor damages on a Lamborghini or Ferrari or McLaren or any of those types of vehicles is going to affect the value. It would range from 10% of the value, and on a $200,000 car, that's $20,000.
Yeah, that for minor damage and major damage.
How much money people have left on the table.
Major damage can be major. More coming up.
You never had a regular, did you? No, hell no. I was so afraid to use it. I never enjoyed the car.
No, you never drove. When he was, Suzanne was driving it down I-25. I was behind her because I was going to pick her up where he was bringing it. This poor bastard, I thought he was shitting in the seat.
But you can't take it to where you can't take it.
Ferrari.
You can't take it to a regular parking lot. Like you want to go to the mall, you can't do it.
No, fuck.
You can't take it to a theater at night. People just to fuck with you will do something to it.
That's the kind of car you drive from one house to your other house.
It's really hard.
I know, that's the whole thing, though. He never drove it.
And you take it sometimes if you have valet. But you know guys with valets, they want to put their foot in it. It's really weird. It's just weird.
Yeah, it's like a car you would love to drive, but you never fucking drive.
And then it's severely affected value over 3,000 miles.
Which is so
really
weird.
Oh, severely.
It's no longer a virgin.
Colorado Pain Care Sport and Spine. Oh my goodness, they have a new location, and I am so happy to talk about it because they are really set up for business in Lakewood now. It's a new location. Now, here's what you do. You give them a call. You can have same-day appointments, okay? It's all under one roof. And now, they still have their Denver location, all right? South Colorado is fine. But they also have this Lakewood, which has physical therapy and the clinics all under one roof. And all of their procedures they can do. They have, they're in the 12,000 block of Bayard near Alameda in Quebec. Get details at coloradopaincare.com. And whether Lakewood or Denver, same-day appointments are available for your pain. I hate to say this. Okay, I'm just going to say it. I have to go see him again. Not anything they did wrong, but I pulled a muscle on my shoulder when I was working out with weights on biceps. It's disgusting, I know. I'll let you know how it goes. 303-GOT-PAIN. By the way, you mentioned Martino sent you. They give you a free stainless steel water bottle for your first visit. 303-GOT-PAIN. Now, speaking of pain, the pain of being accused of a crime, worse, the pain of doing something stupid like drinking and driving. Joe Lazzara is the attorney that can get you through the system. Do you notice I say get you through the system? Sometimes there is not really a defense. There is simply a procedure that you must follow to the T or lose your license. Now, of course, there are defenses, and Joe can help you with that. If you were falsely accused, made a stupid mistake, here's the deal. Joe Lazzara, free initial consultations. Please consult him. Don't do anything stupid like try to do it alone or shop when you're under pressure. Joe Lazzara, find him at referralist.com. Here's his number, 303-429-6200. Flat rate pricing, 303-429-6200. Another attorney that does flat rate pricing and free consultations is BlakeHarrisLaw.com. Blake Harris will answer your questions at 833-ASK-BLAKE. You can ask about trusts. You can ask about protecting assets from lawsuits and creditors. You can ask about protecting your heirs from squandering, especially your children. You can ask about simple wills. You can ask about beneficiaries' deeds or leaving a car outside of an estate. BlakeHarrisLaw.com, 833-ASK-BLAKE.
NeoU is
This is outstanding Coke. This formulation is the best they've ever done.
I think I'll have to try one today, Tom.
You want me to get you one?
Yeah, I agree.
I'm going to go anyway.
Well,
Hey, Scott, Mark over at the referral.
It's not freezing cold, but it's cold.
Hey, did you get that number for the public adjuster?
They're great.
Oh, excellent. That's it. Oh my God, yes, definitely. You got it. Bye. See ya. What?
Just laughing.
We should hit K hard. Fucking throat's bothering me.
Yeah, it's because you're draining.
I know.
Thank you, my friend.
You cool. Fuck nuts.
What? He's jealous. He's jealous.
I can't stand the taste of it. I've never liked that.
Don't be a hater.
I like it in ice cream. I don't mind it in ice cream.
Well, yeah, but you don't use this kind. You use the better kind.
Ice cream. Yeah, I don't think you can. I don't think you can afford to use it in Coke. Coke would be too expensive if they used what the hell's it called? It's good. What's Coke use? Saccharin?
These fucking people, all they talk about is the January 6th thing.
Hey Matt, give me a call back at Smart Buy.
That's all they're talking about.
Yeah.
We have everything in the store on sale at pre-inflation pricing. You can save huge, up to 50% off. Only while supplies last. Take advantage of up to 30%.
It is so obvious the way they pounce on people. Each one. It is so fun. I mean, it's like they're doing a war.
Yeah.
Why do you think CNN does not have
Have what?
the audience? Why? Why are they losing audience and Fox is gaining? If they're both ideologically opposed, it doesn't tell you about the majority of the country, does it?
No.
I don't.
No, but
it is a good. But it is a good poll.
No, all the ratings. No, I don't think the ratings are a good poll. No way. No
Why?
way.
Tell me why.
Because okay.
Everyone loves shopping online.
They tried it in radio. Randy Rhodes.
It sucked.
Air Freedom, whatever the fuck it was called. No, what found out is most people that skew that liberal are going to listen to fucking music instead. So my point is, there's a lot of people out there that might agree with what CNN's doing, but they simply don't watch the news. They can't absorb news.
Well, won't absorb you.
No, I say they can't.
I like the can.
They can't.
You guys like to throw a rock.
President.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. FrankDuran, free market valuations of your home. Mark had one done. It was like 15 or 20 pages. It includes measurements and photos and comparables. It lets you know what your house will sell for on the open market, which is often more than Zillow, or for sure, or appraisals. So it's a great tool, and it's free. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Let's get to the phones. We need a lot of to give a lot of help here, okay? Joanne, and a landscaper. Joanne, what's going on with you?
Hey, so I have an issue going on with a landscaper that I contracted in April to do some concrete work.
Can you mention who the landscaper is?
It's LEM Landscaping.
L as in, okay, L-U-M?
Larry Edward Michael.
Got it. Okay, and who is the person behind LEM?
His name is Bob Montoya.
Okay, and what's going on with Bob Montoya and you?
So he came out and gave me an estimate to do concrete work and front landscaping at my house.
Mm-hmm.
And so fine, gave me a written landscaping estimate.
Okay.
And requested 50% down.
What was the full estimate for?
$46,375.
And wait a minute, you didn't think it was odd that this person wanted $23,000 down?
So this person was referred to me by one of my best friends, who is also a friend with Bob Montoya.
You gave him $23,000.
I did.
And what did you get for the? I want to just get the main facts here. This is something we're going to go after. I can tell if you've been this screwed up. What did you get for 23 grand?
So when I signed this agreement in April, I was told that the landscaping, it was all going to be done by the end of June. And didn't happen. I found out in about May, he said it was going to be done.
Well, hold on. What did you actually get? Let's speed forward.
They started working. I'll speed along. So August, they came out and jackhammered. I have had a concrete.
Could you tell me right now today what is completed today?
My concrete.
What concrete?
There's a concrete courtyard in my front yard and a sidewalk.
What size? How many square feet of concrete?
Let me look here.
And is it done correctly?
No.
Does it have to be redone?
I don't know. I continue to ask them to come out, and they don't.
We need to have somebody look at that for you. So what would that concrete, if it was done correctly, what would that concrete be valued at?
Well, the concrete portion was $22,600, which I have paid. I paid the remaining 50% on the concrete. So the concrete's paid in full.
Wait a minute. You paid $23,000 up front. So that would have been the concrete. Are you telling me you paid, in addition to 23, more money?
So here's what I did. I gave him $23,187, which was half of the concrete and half of the landscaping.
It was half of everything, actually, but go ahead. So he talked you into giving him another 50% on that concrete.
He requested that I finish paying the remaining 50% on the concrete.
But you already, in essence, paid 100% of the concrete and more. You paid 23 grand. Listen, I know it's too late now, but Joanne, this guy hoodwinked you bad. I mean, you already were having doubts. And he finishes the concrete. You say it was not done correctly, and you dished out how much more money?
I paid him.
What do you mean, the other 23?
No. So what happened was...
How much did you pay him after the concrete was completed? I'm trying to get facts and figures so we can go after this guy. That's what I need to know now.
Fine. So I paid him $22,600 for the concrete and $11,887 for the 50% of the landscaping.
Here's what I'm asking. Okay, just please answer this for me. You paid $23,000 up front. How much more did you pay him after the concrete was completed?
$11,300.
Okay. Now you are so upside down with this guy. So upside down. I hope to God we can help you.
Finish what happened. Let me tell you what then proceeded to happen.
Yes.
He continued to tell me he was going to get the landscaping done.
Of course.
And I met with him in September. He said he would...
Is the landscaping done now? That's what I need to know. Yes or no?
No. And I asked him in writing on October 20th for my money back and to cancel everything.
You wouldn't have needed your money back. You would have only been upside down $1,000 had you let him, or hardly $1,000. If you just said, okay, listen, man, I already paid you 23. That's for the concrete. Forget the landscaping. That's what I would have done. But right now, he doesn't have that money to give you back. You really believe Bob Montoya has this money to pay you back?
He paid me my balance minus $750, so he owes me $750.
Oh my God, I would be on my knees right now thanking God Almighty if you got everything back but $750. I take that back, Bob Montoya. He literally refunded to you how much money in total?
The check was for...
Oh my God, you're so lucky.
I know I'm lucky, but You know what? The principal
No, we'll go.
here
No,
is that
we'll
he
go
tried
after him.
to stick me.
This is a bad. I don't know if he's a bad dude. I don't know. I don't really know if he's a bad dude. Seriously, he might just be an in trouble dude. How much refund did you get? He refunded all, but I'm losing track here. So what did he refund you?
He refunded me $11,137.
Okay, so he owes you $750.
Yes.
Mark, wouldn't you be? I mean, don't you think she's fortunate based on all of our past experiences?
Yeah, with the exception of this, she said the concrete sucks.
Yeah, well, we got to figure that out and help her out there. We can have an expert look at that. Do you think? How do you know the concrete sucks? By the way.
So I've taken photos, and I've sent him the photos. And on the courtyard, my house is stucco, and so where the concrete meets the stucco, there is a puddle.
Do me a favor. Can you send along some of those photos? I want to look at them, and we'll be right back to you.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report.
I mean, Mark, that's incredible to me.
I wonder how much the check was for.
She just said 11,137 he gave back. He only owes 750. If she's only 750 upside down.
Yeah, the concrete's empty.
Oh, I got to do this. I'm sorry. What, for Frank? I mean, would you do Frank Duran, Mark?
Yep.
I'll do this here.
During the midwinter sale, stock up on winter essentials and items to keep everybody warm.
Right after
Through
my
January 11th, save on heating pellets, horse blankets, router lamps, coop heaters, as well as livestock feed and pet food. Plus, save on clothing and footwear for everyone. All at Murdoch's.
ZeroResDenver.com. Do you know what that means? It means zero residue. In Denver, when you hire ZeroResDenver.com to do your carpets, I'm going to give you a phone number where you can get 2 rooms done for $79. I have them at my home. In fact, the only cleaner I have at my home. Why? No soaps, no emulsifiers, no chemicals. They simply use treated water that's conditioned, softened, alkaline. I don't know what it is exactly, but it's patented, and it does a great job. ZeroResDenver.com. $79, 2-room areas. Give them a call. It dries faster, looks like new, and stays clean longer. Zero Res. 303-471-5150.
Check it out. Frank Duran, the real estate man. Frank came into Castle Rock and helped me sell my house about 4 years ago. I had a dollar figure in mind I was sure I could get for my house. Guess what? He actually priced it lower than what I thought I could get. But you know what that did? That's starting a bidding war, a bidding frenzy, and Frank ended up getting me more than anybody else in the neighborhood was getting for the same model. If you want the best real estate agent out there, Frank Duran, the real estate man. In fact, Frank sells more homes in 1 month than the average real estate broker in Colorado sells in a year. FrankDuranHomes.com or check him out at ReferralList.com.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary.
So,
we're trying to clean up the books.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to show you. We got this, but that's it.
And I don't know why the
For the rental donation and the three September, October, November.
For
but
what?
Referral list, but not for the troubleshooter or for Leapin. But I just wanted you to know about that.
Yeah, no, we need to figure out. I hope.
I'll email George.
Yeah, she hasn't yet.
I mean, let's put it this way. I've been getting all kinds of happy texts and all, about the family and the engagement. The daughter got engaged.
Okay.
That's good, though. Beautiful couple. She's gorgeous. And the boyfriend's cool. They're surfers.
How old is she?
In her 20s, I think.
George's kid?
I think. Maybe 19. Look at vaping mid-flight video.
Yeah, but that's on a charter. That's no big deal.
Look at him.
I love it. Hey man, you coop these fucking kids up long enough, they're gonna go ape shit somewhere. That's probably a frontier flight.
Ah. Do you know their biggest weapon against us is Trump.
Yeah, but that's
Against conservatives.
Don't matter, it's dying.
You know, I'm saying Trump is bad for the Republican Party.
No, he's not.
Okay.
He's a front runner by so much percentage.
Talib, don't you think Trump is bad news because of his divisiveness? No, I'm not talking about hate. I'm asking you to look at it objectively. Do you? He can look at this objectively.
No, he can't.
No, he can't. No, listen to what I'm asking. Do you think he's good for the Republican Party or not? That's objective. Is he good? He might say, yeah, he's good for the Republican, but he might hate
the majority of the Republican Party thinks he's good for the Republican Party.
The majority of the vocal Republican Party thinks he's good for the Republican Party.
It's anybody that polls.
The rest of them just shut the fuck up.
It's anybody that polls. Anybody they poll. He's ahead of everybody by leaps and bounds.
How can he spews such fucking hatred all the time?
Like what?
Oh, Mark, I get his emails every day, you know. I'm telling you, all negative. Nothing fucking positive. Nothing. He's tearing down.
Well, it's better than sitting up there lying and not knowing shit.
There's no difference. If garbage in, garbage out.
Dude, it's all in the fucking numbers. This country was in way better economic shape with Trump under it. It's impossible to argue that. It's fucking impossible.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Welcome to the show. Okay, now let's talk. We have Brian Burns with us to talk about casualty loss and the fires. I'll get to him in a second here. I have some emails. But right now I want to get to people who have issues, who've been waiting a while. Donna, go ahead. What's going on, Donna?
Hi, Tom. This is Donna Gore from Grand Lake.
Well, welcome to the show. How can we help you?
My granddaughter was a tenant at Auraria Student Lofts in downtown Denver. And she moved out June the 30th and was approved by the powers that be at that time on August the 3rd for a total refund of $2,094. She was told she had 30 days and they would get her refund. It did not happen. She continued to follow through and try to find out why she wasn't getting her money, never could get an answer. So I jumped in and started trying to help her. I have contacted
Now, has it been,
officers.
I have to ask a question. Has it been 60 days?
Yes.
Now, the reason I ask that, there's a very good reason. The law says they have to return the security deposit or give you an explanation within 30 days, which can be extended to 60 days, but no longer than 60 days. And it has to be extended by the lease. In other words, the lease has to say 60 days. If it doesn't, it's 30 days. And if they don't, they lose their argument automatically to keep it. And not only that, she can sue for triple the amount. So, who is the landlord? Is it a private company or the government?
It is a corporate entity.
Okay, who's the landlord?
Nelson Partners LLC.
Okay, if everything you're telling me is true, and they never sent her an explanation of what they're keeping and why, she can sue them for treble damages.
Okay.
So that's going to be $6,300 or so.
Correct. And I'm aware of that. I am in real estate and I am a landlord myself.
That's what I would do. I would sue for treble damage. I would have Donna go to small claims court and get a judgment against Nelson Partners for $6,300. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's the law.
Okay.
I mean, why are you holding off on that?
Well, I have been trying to work with the company. I know that they've had some issues.
What issues?
And,
what issues?
Well, I know they went through different managements. My granddaughter actually worked for them as a leasing agent.
Oh.
And I have been for a while she was still in the property. Because what this company does is they manage student housing properties all over the country.
How long has it been? How long has it been total?
From August the 3rd is
Okay.
when she received the approval for her refund, and today is the 5th, so that's 5 months.
Okay. You better go after them. I don't see how they win this.
Okay.
You sue for your damages, and then have her quote state law, treble damages.
Okay.
You got to look it up. I don't want to give you legal advice.
3812-103.
3812-103. CRS 3812-103.
Okay. Perfect. I will do that.
That's 38.
I will do that.
$55 in small claims. All she needs to do is show up in front of the judge with whatever she got, stating they're going to send the entire amount to her, and then prove it's been over 60 days.
Okay.
And I wouldn't, after she files, I wouldn't mess with them. In other words, soon as they see that she filed, they're going to try to pay her the $2,100. I tell them to pound sand.
That's exactly right, sister. You do it. Would you let us know what goes on, Donna?
I will absolutely let you know what goes on, because I know that there is more than 100 students that have not received their money.
You let us know. And Donna, you tell those students, or as many as you can get a hold of, or your daughter, your granddaughter, we'll help them. We'll go after them. Maybe we do a class action. I'm serious. David, what's going on, David?
Yes.
What's happening with you, David?
I've got a question, Tom.
Yes.
I'm a senior, and we have a couple of rental properties, and I keep getting mailings about a 721 exchange.
Not a 1031, a 721?
That's a REIT.
They're calling it 721.
Yeah, but okay, what they're trying to do is get you into a REIT, a real estate investment trust. But I'm not sure. Listen carefully. I'm not sure you can go from a private rental into a REIT. I can find out for you.
I think you can. I think you have to do it in a special way, but you can.
Okay, here's the deal. We can find out for you with a taxing expert, but what they probably see...
It's got to be a like property, though.
It says that. It says that. Right now I'm reading it. A 1031 exchange into a REIT. Yes, you can do it, okay? It says... basically, all of it has to be exactly the same. You have to be getting something more expensive, blah, blah, blah. You have to defer your gain, and you can do that. So, in other words, a REIT, for those listening, is a real estate investment trust. It's used to pool investments for retirement accounts and other investments. And what they're saying is you can take the profits from your rental properties and exchange them for a position in the REIT. But remember, the REIT must still be a good idea. So you need to talk to an accountant about as far as the mechanics of it. But as far as whether or not the REIT is any good, you need to talk to a financial advisor.
What will the next recession look like? Are you financially prepared? Visit my website now at kurtcambier.com for your free portfolio analysis. That's Kurt with a K, CAMBIER.com. Security purchaser Cambridge Investment Research Inc., a broker-dealer, member of FINRA SIPC. Investment advisor representative, Cambridge Investment Research Advisors Inc., a registered investment advisor. Cambridge and Centennial Capital Partners.
Where's the landscaping photos?
If you've been hurt in an automobile accident
Where are
or in any other way,
she said was the
what I have to look forward to, missing work, pain, missing vacations, not being able to do stuff around the house, and who pays? John Fuller is someone you should talk to. Free of charge.
Look, this is odd. Look at the back of the check.
And it's a small percentage of what he collects. Why should
It says, by cashing the check, you have received the full and final payment. So, I mean,
yeah,
but she's saying she can't. She's saying she crossed it off.
She is so, well, and she has a right to do that.
I'm just saying.
You know what?
That'd be a hell of an argument.
I will say this.
I think that is a full and final refund, to be honest.
Deaths, 7 of them children. Philadelphia Fire Deputy Commissioner.
Don't you think so?
That number is dynamic because there's still an ongoing.
Hey, just wanted to let you know that the landscape photos in from that call earlier.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay.
No, they're not there though. That's just the.
She just sent the contract. See if she'll send pictures of the cement.
Okay.
Or the concrete.
Cement is back east.
I think technically what
Cement makes concrete.
yeah, cement is the
Powder.
liquid.
The powder. You know, cement's the powder.
The actual bag of shit.
And then it makes concrete when mixed with stone and water.
You know what? Listen to this, man. They're building these duplexes. I guess it's Castle Rock. It's in between Castle Rock and Franktown. You know, the road that comes down in. Yeah, so they got these nice duplexes. One of them, the backyard, the guy did all cement. The entire fucking backyard is all patio cement. And the neighbors is like grass and shit. It is the craziest looking fucking. I wonder how much he spent on all the concrete. It's massive. Talk about no maintenance, though. Fucking that's about as no maintenance as it gets.
I emailed you guys the locale home contract to sort of look at. There's more people that want to talk about it. These are my first two. I don't know when it's overkill, Tom. So there's people coming on at noon who want to talk.
This is a good one. I can't wait for the other one.
I know. This will be exciting.
Oh, that's a good one.
How are you feeling? Are you okay? You're worn out, aren't you?
Yeah, would you have him please send me
Does
that
it really, does it knock the shit out of you? I don't
Takes
remember.
it, just the whole anesthesia and everything.
Yeah, I had the whole
just takes the
deviated
fuck out
septum
of you.
shit, you know, so mine was a little more severe.
Oh my God, Suzanne's was horrible.
But
she was in a thing like this for a week or plus.
But remember I was told we were home. It was COVID times.
I want to tell you something that'll make you fucking crazy. So I had my deviated septum and I had that metal bar and all this, right?
That's what Navy has, is the metal rods.
So I was holding Dolce and she went like that.
Oh my God! I felt that,
and I went, ooh, she's just a little baby. And I went, I saw black, you know, like a flashbulb.
Oh my God!
Probably hit your fucking brain.
It went red, bleed.
It could kill you.
But if it wasn't for that metal thing.
Oh my God!
But it still hurt. But man, fuck, was that terrible.
My niece has the metal rod in now for the deviated. She just had surgery, and she's getting it out this morning. And they said you need to take pain meds before we take it out.
I know.
Well, anyway, what were you gonna say? Did you need me to get you something?
No, tell him to send me that spot, that first 15-minute spot, so I can edit it.
Okay.
Just before I forget, I wanted to knock that out. My backup says November in it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday.
So what's wrong with the Hyundai Santa Cruz?
Look, it decreased in what is this? Booster efficacy against Delta.
Yeah, this is Israeli gets good data, man. They're way better than us.
So for whatever reason, her email with the photos went to junk. I found it and I forwarded it to
thank you.
Oh, cool.
So you can see the concrete.
Yeah, we have that happen once in a while.
I think she's going to work out really good.
Well, if you're going to use her for that girls' that week, that Daphne has on her schedule February 22nd. So Suzanne has to give her plenty of notice that you don't need her for that if they're going to use her.
We're going to know Friday.
Okay.
We're going to do a dry run, but Suzanne will be here.
Okay. Because that's what will.
This doesn't look bad. Oh my God.
What does?
This concrete. Jesus Christ. I mean, there's some issues.
There's a little puddle right there.
I think it looks like a footprint.
No, it's not. It's just the way it looks. It looks actually pretty damn good.
It does look good. I mean, look, the only one from
You
afar.
can only show a couple of spots that block that. Come on, Lee.
Actually looks good.
This guy, I'm concluding, is not bad. You know that, Mark? He gave everything was $750.
Jumper Bob.
Okay, dads, it's time to do the Cabbage Patch, the Running Man, or something more contemporary, the Floss. Dance like a dad.
So Locale Homes.
Motherhood.gov.
I talked to these people already.
You know it's a play on the word local.
Yeah. But I'm going to say this. I don't think they did anything illegal, but I think they're immoral as fuck.
Main Street Homes years ago. Main Street Homes was a company run. Here's what they would do.
I think I heard of it.
They would sign people to a contract.
Yeah.
Use that contract to get the construction loan. Build the house.
Bring in the new year.
Cancel the original contract. And sell it.
That's basically what these guys are doing. Except they're condos.
And they could do it because you didn't own the house until it was done and you gave approval.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is.
Wow.
That's a lifetime 50% discount on your NeoU.
But they used they were one-way contracts.
To kickstart your 2022 fitness routine. Get started now at neoufitness.com. That's NEOU.
Fox hires blondes with long legs. That's on their resume. I'm blonde, I have long legs. That's what they have to put down there. Or at least that's the way it used to be.
That's not true.
Come on, man.
That's not true.
What that guy was.
They do nothing.
That guy was such a dirty dick that started that network.
Fox, I'll tell you what, their hiring practices, first and foremost, they make sure that the women are intelligent.
Oh, yeah, right, sure. Sure.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe where we are fighting for you. Water Pros. When I say that word, I get a smile on my face because they gave me great drinking water without ever having to buy bottled water. My wife this morning says, I love making coffee now and tea because I can just go to the spout and get pure water. It's wonderful. Waterpros.net. Under $1,000, we have that spigot at our house. We got 2 of them now. Under $1,000 fully installed. If you want a whole house conditioning system, under $2,000. Waterpros.net. The best people, the best products, the lowest prices. That's it. That's it. Waterpros.net. Now, let's go to the phones. We have a builder, and there's some big trouble here. It's a play on the word local, but it's spelled with a K, L-O-K-A-L. Local Homes with a K. And I'd like to talk to them about it because we're getting a number of calls about this company. We also have David who wants to talk about that REIT. And again, there's not much I can tell David except a 721 is a real estate investment trust exchange you can do with real estate. You can go from 721 to 721. You can go from a 1031 into a 721. You can go at 1031 to another 1031 to another 1031 and keep deferring your gain. What it is deferring gain. When you have real estate, you depreciate it. When you sell it, you have to realize a gain. It's not like your personal residence. On your personal residence, you get to write off. You don't get taxed on your $500,000 of gain. And after that, you only get capital gains. With rental, it's a little different. You get taxed on everything. David wants to exchange, possibly. David, how long have you had your rentals?
About 6 years each. Got 2 of them.
Are they fully depreciated? Did you take accelerated depreciation? I don't think you can anymore. But anyway, do you know what your basis is on these homes?
Well, offhand, I don't, Tom.
Well, first of all, you have to know your situation before you even think about exchanging. So what you do is you have to know your basis. That's what you paid, what you put into it, minus depreciation. Okay? That's your basis. Now, your basis is going to be less than you think. It's not the value of the home. It's what you bought the home for, plus permanent improvements, minus depreciation. Now, here's the thing. A lot of rental or landlords, they think, I'm not going to take depreciation. You have to. If you don't take it, they calculate it anyway. So you don't fool the system by not taking depreciation. Depreciation is factored in, which means when you sell it, they take the sales price, they subtract the basis. The difference is your income. Now, you have to know what your basis is and your possible income. So let's say with your two houses, you're going to have income of $500,000. You're going to be taxed on that. Okay?
Right.
Now, it could be long-term capital gains, but you're going to be taxed. So it could be 20%. Now, when you're taxed, you will have a net amount. Is it worth deferring? You said, how old are you, David?
I'm over 70.
Okay. Deferment is good sometimes. If you're in a high income bracket, deferment is bad sometimes. I mean, if you're not paying much tax anyway, it depends on, eventually, if you want to keep it for your heirs, then you keep deferring your gain, because then that gain goes away when it's left to your heirs because they get a stepped up basis. So you have to decide, are you doing this for your heirs or are you doing this for yourself? And if you're doing it for yourself, you have to know when to cash in or when to defer. And again, deferring doesn't always mean more money. You can defer sometimes and trade your value into another property, defer your gain, and that property could be a bust. The same way you can defer into a 721 real estate investment trust and end up with a really bad REIT. Not all REITs are good. So what is your actual question, David?
Well, I haven't even called the number on the card.
Well, I wouldn't. I actually wouldn't. The only time I would consider an exchange is if I was considering exchange anyway. I don't let solicitations put ideas into my head. If I was thinking of an exchange, then I would look into all kinds of exchanges. If I wasn't, I would not let a postcard change my mind, nor an email, nor a phone call.
You got to figure out what your goal is.
Yeah. I mean, is there anything wrong? Are your rentals earning you income?
Yes.
Okay. Are they going up in value?
Yes.
Then why would you want to exchange out of it? Why? Give me a reason.
Well, I didn't realize it was exchanging out of it. That, you know, they tell you that you know, you still have the benefits of owning and all of that. So I'm like,
okay, hold on. Then they might be thinking there's another kind of 721. They might be thinking of converting what you have into a real estate investment trust. They're asking you to fold it into the real estate investment trust, which would be even worse.
Okay.
You see, a real estate investment trust are for those who don't have real estate, and they want to invest in it, and they want to do it in an easy way where they can define incremental investments.
How old are you?
72.
Oh.
So, David, bottom line, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Okay.
I mean,
all I needed to know.
Is there are these rentals, are they causing you a burden?
No, they've actually been pretty problem free. And
if he was quite a bit younger, I'd say the only benefit, forget about the REIT, but one thing he could look at is getting that property into a retirement, a qualified retirement plan to grow the income real quick. But he's too old for that.
Yeah, David, I think. How much income are you making?
You mean on the houses?
Yeah, a year.
Oh wow. Well, I'm making about $1,700 a month per for the two.
Minus, okay, wait, 16 each, 1,600 each, or 800 each?
Combined, that's over and above the mortgages on them.
1,600 each, or 1,600 for both?
Both.
Okay, so 1,600 times 12, you're making $19,200 a year.
How much equity do you have in them?
A lot.
Like what?
Like what?
There's $1 well over 200,000 equity in either one of them.
Okay, so you have 400,000 in equity. So hold on.
Why not sell?
Do you know how to evaluate this? Listen. Do you know how to evaluate it?
No.
Well, here's what you do. If you're making $19,000, $200,000 a year, what is your rate of return on $400,000?
I see.
Well, because that's what your equity is, $400,000.
Right.
It's probably more.
Well, he's saying he's got. Okay, so on $400,000, 10%. If you were making 10% a year, you'd be making $40,000, right?
Right.
Am I right on that? Right? Yeah. Of course, $40,000. So you're making $19,000. You're making 10%. 5%. I'm sorry. So you're making 5% interest basically on your money.
But I go back to, what do you want to do? I mean, do you want to travel? Do you want to buy a different place? What do you want to do? You're 72. Do you want to pass it on?
Well, eventually, if we still have them, they'll be passed on.
Okay. Well, then, forget the 721 at this point. 303-713-8255. Now let's talk about local homes coming right up.
When he needed to talk to you.
He's got to figure out what he wants to do. That's all.
Sell your farm, ranch, hunting property, needing a land valuation, or in the position to purchase your next property. Give our team a call at 866-741-8323. That's 866-741-8323. Or visit HaydenOutdoors.com. Hayden Outdoors is the brand that sells the land.
Colorado Pain Care, Sport and
Spine now has a new location, an integrated clinic in Lakewood, combining all of their services at one location. You can see doctors, get physical therapy, and have procedures done. It's in the 12,000 block of Bayard, and that's near Alameda and Quebec. Details at coloradopaincare.com. They also have their Denver clinic. And whether you go to Denver or Lakewood, you can have same-day appointments available. And if you mention Tom sent you, you get a stainless steel water bottle on your first visit. Get out of pain permanently. They have helped me so much. coloradopaincare.com, 303-GOT-PAIN. One pain in the butt is this wind and storm damage we've experienced recently. Genesis Total Exteriors can put everything on one invoice for you. That means they can take care of it for you, all of this storm, and all you have to do is give them a call. That's Genesis Total Exteriors. They can take care of the roofing and the gutters and windows and siding and doors and outbuildings and fences. Whatever you have, Genesis Total Exteriors, 303-679-8509. People are looking for investments all the time. We've just been talking about rentals, right? There's also another investment you can do for as little as like a couple $100 a month. BecomeTheBanker.org will tell you about it. You simply establish a tax-free checking account. That's right, tax-free. Now, here's what that means. That means you deposit money in it, it grows tax-free. You can use that money with loans and pay yourself back. That's why it's called Become the Banker. Then it grows for your retirement. BecomeTheBanker.org for more information.
I should have had Done Right do it. Don't be that person that says this after ordering your.
They're trying to go after Hannity like they went after Como, saying that he plotted to deceive his audience.
I don't like Hannity.
Of course you don't.
Of course I don't. Why would I?
Because you like Biden.
You were really, really smart.
You voted for Biden. Are you saying you voted for someone you don't like?
You voted for Biden? Holy shit.
No, I actually didn't.
Oh, thank God, another Trump.
No.
So, you abstain?
No.
A conscientious objector.
No, I just burned my vote. I checked another box.
They showed a good I don't remember if it was in a movie or like a Saturday Night Live clip, but there's two guys waiting in line to vote, and the fucking line, it's like in Florida, the line's like a mile long, and the one guy's like, who are you voting for? He goes, Trump. He goes, who are you voting for? He goes, Biden.
Let's go.
He goes, let's make a deal. Let's get the fuck out of here, and we'll cross each other off.
Right. And that's exactly what happens.
How many couples do you think do that? How many couples do you think vote opposite? I bet it's few.
It's few. But B and I actually did that one year.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah.
The biggest conservative in my house is my daughter by far.
We do that a lot in local elections where our opinions are a little bit different.
Or like on questions, not necessarily candidates, but props. We differed, Addie and I differed on one. She voted no on the, I think, what they raised last time? Was it marijuana tax or cigarette tax? One of them. She voted yes on. I voted no. I never vote to increase taxes.
Exactly.
Never. I don't give a fuck if they're cigarettes or what. I think it's a slippery slope.
Most slopes are slippery. Especially after a wildfire.
Oh, I'll never forget the Heyman fire, dude. That was horrible. This is way worse. So these people, what was there, 900 homes? Is that 1,000? It's fucking unbelievable.
I think it was 1,000.
I'm pretty sure too, man.
So the new DA in Manhattan says he's not going to prosecute certain crimes, basically all of the ones taking place. There's going to be another LA.
There's some commissioners in LA that are literally switching from Democrat to Republican now over some stuff, which is pretty huge for LA.
Look, I mean, when you talk about what they're not prosecuting.
That's all right. The pendulum will swing, and then what'll happen is...
Some I agree with. The prostitution thing, I agree. Don't waste your fucking time. Just
I'm that way on drugs, man.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. One Clear Choice Garage Door will help you. One Clear Choice Garage Doors. I'm telling you, 24/7 service for broken springs and other problems, or you can get an $80 inspection that'll tell you the condition of your door. If you're moving into a home, they do all of the adjusting, hinge bolt tightening, cable checking, or you can get new doors, new openers, whatever you need. The prices are all on their website, oneclearchoicedoors.com. oneclearchoicedoors.com. The only people I have out at my house. All right, now, local homes. Victor, let's talk about local homes. You had a contract, and many of you are going to say the same thing. You had a contract with local homes. Is that right? Or locale, however you want to pronounce it.
Yeah, that's local homes, Tom. And I didn't have one contract. I had two.
What do you mean two? You were buying two houses?
Two and two condos. They were investment properties. Best words a realtor ever wants to hear when you go in to buy one. They're a pretty good deal, so I was like, I'll take two of them. So I was under contract on two of the condos that they're building at the Presidio.
Now, you were buying two condos. So are all of them condos that local is doing?
Yeah, well, they do townhouses, mostly condos and townhouses. This one at the Presidio at the Bargate was just condos.
Okay, and what happened?
Well, we were under contract about a year ago, and it was supposed to close in September, and like a lot of other things, it just kind of kept pushing off. And then finally, they gave us the close date of December 23rd at the end of November. So
now this was 2 years ago. You entered into this.
Well, in 2019. Yeah, December 2019, and then December 2020 was when we were supposed to close.
And now it's December 2021.
Excuse me. With a new year here, I'm kind of confused. Yeah, no, December a year ago is when we went under contract.
Got it.
So
1 year ago. Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. Okay. What happened then?
Anyway, well, so we got a close date, so we get the loan going, get the appraisals going, buy $8,000 worth of appliances, and get everything ready to close. A couple weeks later, they pushed it off to January. But
had
still,
you paid any monies up to that point?
I had a $10,000 earnest money deposit for the condo and for the upgrade.
Okay.
For the lot upgrade.
Okay, they kept just postponing closing. Then what?
Then we're about 3 weeks from our walkthrough, and we just get a call out of the blue. No letter, no explanation of where the costs are coming from. They just said, "Hey, we evaluated everything, and we're going to add $50,000 to the price of each condo." And it was apparent that they're just trying to share in the equity that's built up because Colorado Springs is a pretty hot market. They were under contract.
Victor, let me tell you something. As much as I would love to say all they want to do is cash in on increased equity, I really and truly, Victor, and again, I'm not sticking up for them, and we're going to examine this, and we're going to have our attorneys examine this, but the price of building has skyrocketed so much, not just the cost of...
I agree with you, Tom, and that would have been a great thing to call me up in July and say, hey, when we put the foundation in, there's this, August, September.
Listen, I think they were probably trying not to do it, but here's the deal. Okay, bottom line is this. Here's the deal. I'm not taking their side. I'm saying that if in fact they were going to, they did the math and thought, my God, by the time we're done, we're going to be upside down because building prices went up so much and we're locked into these prices. We have to do something. Yes or no? I mean...
Tom, but they did this to several people that are holding in the 11th hour, like the day before they're closing.
I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong that it's the 11th hour. But here's what I'm saying. It all comes down to the contract. It all comes down to the contract. Do they have the right to do it or not? Victor?
They absolutely have the right to do it. When I enter into contract, and I've done a lot of contracts. I mean, there's the assumption going in that that if everybody keeps the good faith, I want to buy the condo.
You're saying two things. I'm trying to help you here. You're saying two things. You're saying they absolutely have the right. Well, what do you mean they absolutely have the right?
Here's what it says.
Yeah, go ahead.
Termination by seller. At any time prior to closing, seller may, in its sole discretion, terminate this agreement for conveniences by returning to purchaser all the earnest monies, the options, deposits, plus an additional $500.
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable. Right. Who would use a builder like that?
Suze, listen, I don't like what's happening. I am pissed off as well, but that clause could not be more clear. That could not be more clear to me. I know what Victor's upset about. He was getting a deal in today's market. He couldn't wait to close. It's a great deal, and now he's pissed because they exercised the clause. I'm not sticking up for...
What if they sold their home, Tom, and they're stuck with their home because they've already sold their existing homes?
Here's the bottom line.
They funded it.
All these people funded the project.
Yeah, here's what they did, Victor. They used you, and they used Sharon, and they used Jade, and everyone else. Here's what they did. Main Street Homes, years ago, there was a company called Main Street Homes. They went out and signed contracts like this to get their construction loans. They went out and got their construction loans and then at the end screwed everybody and sold them for more money.
Gotcha. Well, the thing is on this one here, Tom, I did get, once again, I'm it's hot for the appraisals. The appraisals came in $10,000 under what the new contract price was. So, it would have been upside down with their new contract price.
Yeah, but that's happening all over the metro area.
No, you would have gotten a different appraisal after it went up, and it would have met.
Yeah, no, Victor, listen, man.
It's the same property.
Victor, here's what I'm trying to do, Victor. I'm trying to take your gun and load it up with real weapons, with real bullets. Because if you make the argument that the appraisal is less than the selling price, then the defense is going to walk in with 1,000 examples of homes that sold for more than the appraisal. So that's not the way to do it. And if you try to say they screwed me, Well, the contract was pretty clear. If we can show, however, that they intended to do this all along and somehow colluded, that's different. You know, when you have a clause, like Sue said, they waited for everyone for the last minute. Why did they do that? They're going to say they did it because they tried and tried and tried and tried every way they could to make it work and couldn't. They're going to come out looking better for it. That's what they're going to try to do. But I want to know, Victor, can you give us ammunition that would, I really want you to sink down in your gut and tell me, do you believe this was a plot to screw people and to use them to get construction financing?
I can't read their minds, Tom. I can't tell you that that's what it is. What I can tell you is they had ample time if they had construction. I know how buildings are.
The clause. Did you ever question that clause that said they can cancel at any time? Did that occur?
They don't use the standard Colorado real estate contract for a reason, as do most builders in this town. Most builders, it's very rare for builders to
that's what I'm asking. What did you think when you read that clause? Did you think, it probably won't happen?
He didn't read it, neither did most.
No, he read it.
I read the clause, and that's one of those. It's kind of a motherhood and apple pie clause that if something.
Listen, you understand? I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I am trying to find ammunition. Sharon, you had this happen. Was it essentially the same?
So I bought my same thing. It's been a year ago. Mine was to live in. And, for me, the push date just continued to go. I honored my word with them. Shame on me for not reading that clause and understanding that clause was in there. My assumption that I've heard from other people is, everybody has it in there, but nobody ever uses it. Doesn't matter. It's legal what they did. I feel it's very unethical. But what I also know is that they made a lot of mistakes on this project. They put in the wrong drywall, had to rip it out. They failed a lot of inspections. They went through 3 supervisors. My feeling, again, don't have proof, is that they made a lot of mistakes. They were not prepared for this project. This is the first condo project they've done in Colorado Springs, and that they are holding me responsible for all of the errors that they made in this project. They failed a lot of inspections, had to redo a lot of stuff, and now they're coming back to me and 23 other people in this complex to make up and rake in $1.3 million. That's my thought.
But here's the deal, okay? They are giving you a refund plus $500. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm not saying that's a deal. I'm not saying you should be happy with it. Again, I'm trying to look at this objectively. I think it sucks. But the thing is the fact that they made mistakes is not any different than other projects. But you're saying that's why they're doing it. They're holding you responsible. Yeah, they are. They're holding everyone responsible. They're saying we're not going to sell these homes now. Prices have gone up 30%, plus building materials have gone up 30%. We need to make. I don't think in the end they're going to make any more money. I think it's going to be relatively, or what I mean is the same as far as proportionately. I don't know though, and I'm not sticking up for them. I want to bring up Jade. Jade, did the same thing happen to you? The same thing, Jade?
Essentially, yes. We did go in. We were in the second flow, so we were in the second building. My husband and I'm a real estate agent, and we have 6 doors that we've invested in, 2 of which are local homes, a townhome in Castle Rock, and then my twin sister also owns a townhome in Castle Rock through a local home. We have several new builds and then a duplex as well. So this is not something that was new to us, but when we first bought it, it was for myself and my family to live in while my husband is deployed 6 months out of the year. So when we first went in a year ago, it was going to fit our timeline for us to live there as a second home when he's in another country.
Yeah.
And that's primary. And then as it kept pushing, we were supposed to close in October, which is when we were coming back from Germany. As it kept pushing, we realized we need to find another place to live, and so we did that, found a short-term rental in hopes that this would eventually close.
Do you feel, here's what I need to know, Jade. Do you feel it was a sign of the times or it was plotted? I'm trying to get a sense of this.
I would say that it was not a sign of just material costs or the time. We knew going into this, like us and all of these other people in the first two buildings, in a 6-week period, local homes sold out of these condos. So they knew in the first 6 weeks how much equity, they priced it low, just not realizing the Colorado Springs market. So that's what all of us investors. And,
all right. Now I want to ask Tim what he's calling about. You're all up, by the way. Victor, if you want to chime, Sharon, Jade. I'm taking up Tim. Tim, you called in on this. What do you know?
So I am a local real estate agent in Colorado Springs market. A few different things. One, if there was ever an example of when you need to have an agent on a new build, it's this. New builds right now are crazy prospects, and you need somebody to help navigate the contracts. I mean, I would have made sure that there's special performance in my contract so they can't back out.
They wouldn't have sold it then.
Yeah, but
they wouldn't have had it.
Isn't it possible, Tim, with today's market, isn't it possible in a seller's market they would have said, well, okay, Tim, forget it. We're not going to take your contract.
There's no doubt.
Hold on. We'll come right back.
You know, I didn't realize it was so cut and fucking dry, Mark. Oh, my God.
Oh, it's right there. For any reason, sole discretion at any time. I mean, fuck, it doesn't get much
more direct.
That's fucking direct.
And here's the rope I'm going to hang you with.
And they're saying they read it, too, which is even worse.
It's not as hazy as the CDC or Biden's agenda. It's really crystal clear.
It's crystal clear. It's not like listening to Harris. You got to get vaccinated to protect the vaccinated.
No, you got to get vaccinated to protect the unvaccinated.
Yeah. I think it's funny that it was Maddow on CNBC. They've been showing the quote all the time where she said, you got to go get vaccinated right now. If you get vaccinated, that's it. It's over. It stops. You can't spread it. You can't get it.
Rachel said that?
Yes.
One of their tax pros and learn more at
JacksonHewitt.com.
Please do something for the new year. It's only $150. The reason I'm doing this is because I had the scan done that showed soft plaque, and I didn't think I had any soft plaque. I have such a great family history and all that other stuff, but it happens. 80% of the people have soft plaque. The best news is you can stop it, arrest it, and reverse it with new drug therapies out there right now. For $150, you can detect heart disease or risk of stroke. Just $150. It's called Core Scans, C-O-R, no E, corescans.com. Just $150, 15 minutes, non-invasive, pain-free, the most accurate low-cost diagnostic method. Denver and Boulder, corescans.com, 720-740-2663. Hey, want to get a price on the phone for your countertops? Call theartofgranite.com. Mitch Fleer will tell you what it'll cost, whether it be granite or marble or quartzite or any man-made material, any solid stone. That's what they do at the Art of Granite. They tear out and haul away free. They do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. So call for your price. Theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919.
New to Curiosity Stream. When you say
try to get me those spots today. You want me to send you an email?
Hold on, let me just look. I thought I did it for you. Let me look here right now.
Politico.
I guess what I was thinking is,
He's old as shit.
Tom, what about their losses from being told in the 11th hour, selling their old home, maybe being contingent on the new one, having to get rentals?
They agreed when they bought it that the other party could cancel at any time for any reason.
So you can't even cry. You have losses for it. They're all fuck? They're screwed.
Well, what losses do they have?
Like, let's say their old home, they have sold already, have to be out. Now they've got to get a rental before they got a new home. I mean, just the losses like that.
Yeah, they agreed to that.
They agreed to take that risk, unfortunately. They made gains on their house. I'll bet you if you take what they made on their house and everything into consideration.
But it still doesn't, even if they did lose, it doesn't matter.
And Steve the Painter said they're a spinoff of Richmond. They're a sister to Richmond.
Really?
That's what he said. So are we done with the call?
No. I want to just.
You're going to go back. It's coming on after 12, babe. Okay.
The Chicago teachers.
How many do you need?
3 would be great.
I just want to make sure it has the new points in it.
There's no better place to buy floor coverings than SimplyFloorsInc.com. With a big variety of carpet for every budget and one of the largest selections of LVT in Denver. Laminate and engineered hardwood too, all at the very best prices. Installers are among the best, and their expert floor.
Yeah, this is the one I did for sure. Let me send that.
I want your name in it though. Usually I don't give a shit, but they're going to be on KOA. Don't you think that's beneficial?
Okay. I just have to read.
If they were on this station, I wouldn't give a shit.
Oh, fuck. I will revise those.
Yeah, consumer advocate, troubleshooter, whatever. North Korea. Kim Jong-un. Do you know that son of a bitch, first time he played golf? First time. 8 hole-in-ones. Tell me that ain't a motherfucker.
Who? Oh, ill or Trump?
Kim Jong. Is that a Christmas present shirt?
Actually, it is.
You know, the Wall Street Journal did an opinion piece saying that that Trump is the subject of a witch hunt. This is their opinion. The Wall Street Journal. I mean, they're not necessarily a conservative rag.
Rag nonetheless.
It's just all that happened, man. Is the liberals got a lot of dough. They got fucking big media involved, and they went on a witch hunt. He's not what they want. He's actually the opposite. So.
And the Russian thing never panned out.
Never panned out. My God, I can't understand why some of the Clinton Foundation there's not going to fucking jail.
There's more evidence of China collusion with Biden than there was of Russian collusion with Trump.
They got rid of the fucking laptop deal quick, didn't they?
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Genesis Total Exteriors, again, they are doing storm damage assessment and putting it all on one invoice. They can handle everything from the roof to the gutter siding, fences, windows, doors, outbuildings, any structures. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509.
You know, Mark, the owner of Genesis, also works directly with Matt, the owner of Paragon, to make sure you get every single dime you deserve for that claim.
Let's talk about local homes. This is terrible situations. Sue says in many cases people have sold their homes, found rentals. Now they have to find more rentals or buy another place, and prices have gone up drastically and all of that. And local, here's what happened. LOKAL. They are building condos, and these people, 23 of them, had contracts. Victor, Sharon, Jade are with us today. And they, in the contract, signed a clause that Mark will read. And the clause is quite liberal. Mark, you have that in front of you?
2 seconds.
All right. Now, that clause basically gives the builder the right to cancel at any time. So here's what's really happening. I'm not saying it was done intentionally, but I know with Main Street Homes years ago, it seemed intentional. where people were used and their contracts to get the construction capital. Then they would build the houses, and by the time the houses were done, they're worth way more. They would cancel the original buyers, the original contracts, and sell to the new people at more money. At that time, construction costs were not going up like they are now. Now, local could use the excuse, well, my God, construction prices have gone up 30-40%.
They don't even need that excuse, though.
No, they don't need the excuse, but it would look better on them if they had an excuse. And I want to know if they talked to any one of these so-called victims or canceled customers and told them an excuse. But first, Mark, what does the clause say?
Termination by seller. At any time prior to closing, seller may, in its sole discretion, terminate this agreement for convenience by returning to purchase.
For convenience.
Yep. All of the earnest money, the options deposits, plus the additional sum of $500, at which time the rights and obligations of the parties shall be terminated.
Wow. And you know they've had the best attorneys work at that. So, Victor, I know they have that clause. Did they refer you to that clause, or did they give an excuse? I'm just curious.
Well, when they first called me up, and they just said they were adding $50,000 to the price. They didn't say they were terminating the contract. I later found that they terminated the contract, and because I posted about it on social media, they then canceled my contract without the option to even take the $50,000.
Were you going to pay the additional $50 for each? You had two contracts.
No. I was expecting Tom. To be honest, on a $275,000 contract, I was expecting to come back with, hey, we need $10,000, $20,000 more. My wife and I were expecting that the entire fall, that there's going to be something coming up. And we were kind of surprised that we got to the closing point and had the appraisals completed and everything before that they came up and made that call. So it's more the amount. It's not the fact that they did it. And you're absolutely right. There's nothing illegal about what they did. It's just unethical. I can't read their mind. Can't tell you whether they had planned it like that. All I can tell you is they waited the last second. They didn't. They never executed or exercised that option when if they actually incurred costs. And like the other lady said, Jen, I think, is that they screwed up. I think a lot of issues there, and they just want us to take the cost.
Did you get your $500 at least?
Yeah, I didn't get my $500. I didn't get anything back for the appraisals or for the $8,000 in appliances or other things.
Wait a minute. What do you mean the appraisal? Oh, your lender fees, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, the lender fees. Yeah. So those are.
And the appliances.
He went out and bought them.
You went out and bought appliances. I get it. Hold on. Let's talk to Sharon. Sharon, did they give you an excuse or attempt to explain it?
So, yes, when we had the call with their sales agent, she started the conversation by saying, this is a tough conversation, but Local Homes is a for-profit company, and due to all the setbacks that we have, we are terminating your contract, but giving you the first right to re-sign for your same unit, but for $50,000 more. And I also want to add, I do have some inside knowledge with some of these subs, that when they went and bid all 8 of these buildings, they had to sign a form that this is our bid and we cannot raise our prices on you, no matter what prices skyrocket.
Oh, wait a minute. Do you think they're using it as an excuse then?
I do, yes.
Okay, what if they held all of their subs to the original prices and then they went ahead and raised prices simply because of market? They would still be allowed to do that, right, Mark? According to that clause.
They can cancel for any reason at any time.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's bull poo.
Yeah, and so again,
watch your language.
My part is that yes, what they did was legal. Now I've learned the hard way because I patiently waited for a year when I could have gone and bought another house. But I waited. I kept my word with them. They continually changed closing dates. I stayed with them because I had a contract with them. I was keeping my word. But in the meantime, over the last year, prices have increased. I could have bought something else if they just would have been honest.
All right, hold on.
You know?
I'm being told I got to take a break. Here's the bottom line, though. Think about this. They could not cancel.
The bottom line is, in my opinion, these guys suck.
Only the sellers could cancel, not the buyers.
What do I do about Integra right now? Are they sure they're going to have something to?
What do you mean?
Well, it's over.
No, it's till the 15th.
What?
Yeah, it's till the 15th. There's some plans that start on the 1st of February. I don't know why. I have no fucking clue, honestly.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how
I got to meet with Mallory.
at unbound.org.
Yeah, let's do it soon, man.
CC says to find out what locals' initial intent was is to look and see how long they've had that clause in their contract.
But what's even the deal?
I mean, the presumption is if they just put it in there recently, that their motive is dubious.
You know, open enrollment for some
people is extended to January 15th. That gives you 10 more days to get coverage effective February 1st. If you need health insurance, open enrollment is the only time you can buy it if you don't have a life-changing circumstance. So please get covered the right way. Go to IntegraInsurance.com. IntegraInsurance.com. Health insurance made simple and smart. You absolutely do not pay any more going through them. In fact, you save money because they sift through the options to get you the best for your circumstances. 303-466-5500. 303-466-5500. Frank Duran, the real estate man. We've been talking about real estate. You need good representation. You need Frank Duran. He'll help you buy or sell real estate. He'll give you free market valuations of your home to let you know what the market is doing in your neck of the woods, including comparables, measurements, photos. It's comprehensive. Way more than an appraisal or Zillow. Why? Because it tells you what he can sell it for based on the open market. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
You probably wouldn't leave thousands of dollars on the table at a diner. Why leave thousands on the table with your tax return?
Learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
I'm going to save a ton on taxes this year with buying that new rig, dude. That's a Trump era. Beautiful thing.
No. Section 179 was still available to people.
Only up to $50,000.
What can you take now?
The whole fucking caboodle. I think maybe up to like $2 million.
Wait, if you buy a piece of equipment,
You don't have to depreciate the whole motherfucker.
Are you fucking me? Is that gone now?
No, it's still good right now. Yeah, it's still good. It's good for last year.
So if I bought a G-Wagon or something.
Yeah. And if it was a company vehicle, you could take it just as an expense, basically. That's the bottom line. So.
Why the fuck didn't you tell me that?
Thought you knew that. I took my first RV. I took 70% of the purchase price.
That's an airplane or that's a helicopter or anything?
Pardon me,
Anything that's company.
Mark Tom, somebody suggests on YouTube that Even if we can find out, it may not make any difference, but what their sales contract said a few years ago, if they still had that same sort of cancellation
It won't make
out.
a difference, but it just shows intent. But if the intent is to make more money, there's nothing wrong with it. And that's exactly what it was.
You still want to have Brad on after 1 o'clock to talk about it? Because I was going to. Are you done with these calls, by the way, on the locale?
Tell him, yeah, we're going to have an attorney on just to see if there's any kind of shit.
Okay.
Mother goater. How much snow are we supposed to get tomorrow, guys? Anybody been looking?
Oh, I don't want to. Do you know something that really is the true? And I've seen it. And I'm telling you, I don't give a shit what you say. It's fucking true. And whenever somebody says it, it's fucking true. Okay, there's a missing child, 7-year-old child. That's terrible. Every missing child I've heard about, every missing child or person has been. Never mind.
You're right, though.
I swear to God, there are so many black kids that go missing, you fucking never hear a word.
Not a word.
You hear, they leave home, they might be hitchhiking around the country. You don't hear fucking daily reports on them. You don't.
Well, it's usually the really...
No, there's something wrong.
It's usually the really fucking bizarre ones.
No. Mark, I've noticed it time and time again.
This is a girl.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Troy sold a vehicle, and he has a bill of sale issue. What's going on, Troy?
Hey, Todd, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. What's happening?
Yeah, so we sold a vehicle, my vehicle, actually, to a private party. We sold it in,
what kind of vehicle?
August. Chevy Suburban.
Okay.
So, signed off on it. We had an official bill of sale. We removed the license plate from it. And here's the catch: we thought we removed all the license plate from it, but we don't believe we did. We took one.
You left a license plate on it?
We might have. I'm pretty sure we did. So after the vehicle sold, I start getting letters from the toll road and city and county of Denver parking violations. They have the license plate.
Yeah.
So it seems to me that the seller racked up quite a bit of bills, and they're coming to my name. We found out about this from the picture from the toll road. We submitted to the toll road the bill of sale, and they were actually pretty good to work with and great.
Yeah.
They, removed our name from it. Issued it and said we'll take care of them. Find the seller, and I offered their address, all that.
You're not going to be held responsible if you were not in possession and you did not own it. Okay? The crime of leaving the license plate does not equate to tolls or parking violations. Now, even though the city might say, oh, you're going to be responsible, if you go to court, you're not going to be responsible.
Yeah, can you imagine if someone stole your license plate and did it and you're held responsible?
Well, I have a letter from the city and county of Denver. I disputed it. Also sent in.
That's not a court of law, sir. That's not a court of law. That is they're bullying you.
Well, and that's what I thought. And how is that trust and just from the city and county to do that to Colorado?
Because that's what they do. And the IRS does it too, and everyone does it until you challenge it. Troy, all I can tell you is if you were not in possession, if you truly sold it, and you have proof you sold it, they can't hold you responsible. Now, they're not going to tell you that, but let them sue you for it, or you sue them, or go to court. Go through the whole process.
Grainberry.
Hi, I'm Peter Harris for Grainberry Cereals, and I want to know.
That's not my license plate anymore. I'm putting my mask on because I got a darted look.
But which one? Who gave you the darted look?
The only one that ever does, I won't say.
Oh, right there?
Mm-hmm.
Radio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. ABC News, I'm Jack McKee. In Philadelphia, an early morning blaze has killed at least 15 people, including 7 children. Neighbors told ABC News fire crews arrived quickly, but the flames took over. I heard screams that came down like 10 minutes, and they were already there. Fire officials say the blaze broke out in the kitchen area of the public housing unit, and none of the 4 fire detectives were working. The CDC says data shows that 14,000 Americans are being admitted to the hospital for sickness each day. This is Omicron's spreading rapidly, now making up 95% of all positive cases in the country. In Chicago, the public school teachers union voted not to return to the classroom unless certain safety conditions are met, resulting in campus classes. The mayor criticized the action, saying schools are safe for in-person classes. It comes as pediatric cases are on the rise. This is ABC News. History in Louisiana, as the governor issued a package to pay an early fire to children life. Philip Plessy was convicted by Judge John Ferguson and fined $25, but Plessy v. Ferguson reached the U.S. Supreme Court, which upheld segregation of Jim Crow laws until 1954. Late last year, Chief Plessy and P.V. Ferguson went before the Louisiana Pardon Board.
I strongly request that the full process is started. My great-grandfather's first cousin, Colby L. Plessy.
We cannot undo the wrongs of the past, but we can and should acknowledge them.
The board voted to recommend that Homer Plessy's conviction 130 years ago be reversed. Among ABC News.
The nation's largest utility blamed again for a massive California wildfire. The Dixie Fire burned through nearly 1 million acres and 5 counties.
So, this zero tastes better than a lot of diets.
Yes. Saul, I emailed you the paperwork on it.
Yeah.
He's going to come on first. Right. But Robert, do you know Robert Leonard? He said he used to come on the show.
Robert Leonard, what does he do?
He's a mechanic.
Okay.
I don't. Anyway, whatever. Anyway, just so you know, Saul has no idea Robert's listening and knows.
Saul is with Autotech.
Saul is with Autotech.
And he is helping a customer.
He's trying to help
Who's
a customer. A lady with a bad engine.
Now, what did he do that was bad?
He put the engine in.
Who contacted him to get him to do it? One of our deputies? Who contacted Autotech and said, this lady has a bad engine?
No, he's trying to help his customer. Nobody contacted him. He feels like these 2 big O's are screwing his customer over.
Oh.
Now.
But who called us? Autotech.
Saul.
Oh, the consumer never called us.
No, he's calling on behalf of the consumer.
Okay,
but just so you know, he has no idea that Robert guy's on it, and they hate each other.
Okay.
And Robert has info on it.
Okay. How did Rob call it? I mean, how did he get wind of it?
Because Saul put it on his Facebook, and friends started talking.
Gotcha. It's a good thing our YouTubers are a closed group and don't broadcast all this.
Okay, fun, quick update. Oh, where is he?
There's no one here but me.
Well, you're the best looking one out of the bunch.
Well, thank you very much. I totally appreciate that.
Excuse me. Oh, so I have a little update on that landscaping call that we had.
Oh, yeah.
The owner called back, LAM Landscaping. He's on line 3.
Oh, sweet. I love that.
I hope I didn't just screw us over with that.
Okay, well, do us both a favor. When you got hot like that,
catch
my eye and I'll turn it off.
All right, Tom's just going to have to take him quick.
What happened?
Nothing. I'll tell you later.
It's 33. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin, 630 KHOW.
Spa Palace for 37 years has been the trusted source for all your hot tub and swim spa needs. Spa Palace offers the most trusted brand, Jacuzzi Hot Tubs, a leader in performance and ease of use with clean water hydrotherapy. A brand you can trust from friends you can trust at Spa Palace. SpaPalace.com for locations.
SimplyFloorsInc.com. The owner, Buddy Mitchell. I know Buddy. I know Simply Floors. I know the company. I know you will save money, 20, 30, 40, 50%, depending on the floor coverings.
It was so packed you couldn't fucking believe it. Was that not the busiest damn airplane? The one on the way back? Holy shit.
You slept the whole time. What are you talking about?
Damn right I
He's
slept.
talking about getting on it.
Oh my God, it was so...
I hope I didn't screw us by talking about it in here. So will you take Saul first? Just take him right away. Take him.
Oh, I'll tell you the one that screwed us the biggest.
What was I talking about that time? I did.
The guy who was showing up here.
Talking about
The woman
serving
I thought
folks.
the woman was showing up.
It was a woman. You're right.
It was a woman that was
God,
showing
that
up,
was so
but
funny.
nonetheless.
And then because all you're thinking is the chances of that one person listening right now.
Anybody that's been on to this like more than 20 years ought to know good and well.
More than a year.
Yeah, at least with this part.
Wonder how long I'm going to be bleeding, man.
Just don't blow hard.
Yeah, I haven't.
You can't help it. I know.
Asshole. He can't help it. He's a blowhard. I've learned from the best.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And listen, I want to say something. There's a company that was started by a couple young men out of high school. They've been doing it for 4 or 5 years now. Premier Window Cleaning and Pressure Washing. They're wonderful people. And I really want you to, if you're going for some cleaning, they're the best. Seriously. And they have low prices. A couple of young men doing it right. They put service first. They show up on time. They do a great job, commercial and residential. They also do, storefronts and windows and restaurants and cleaning and pressure washing. Also holiday light installations and removal and storage, all of that, okay? Premier Window Cleaning Denver.org. Premier Window Cleaning, and that's Premier Window Cleaning Denver.org. 303-564-5574. 303-564-5574. Great people. Give them a call. Now, let's talk about your problems, questions, complaints. I want to say something. Shouldn't I go to Bob first or not? Because Bob, we talked about his company, I think, earlier. Some woman called in. I'm trying to find it. LEM Landscaping.
Yeah, she called in, and he actually cut her a check.
And I thought, here's what I said. I said, I don't think this guy is a bad guy. I said that straight up.
Yep.
I'm not just saying that. I said, first and foremost, he gave you a full refund of the work not done except for $750.
The only issue was the concrete, and honestly, she sent pictures. The concrete looks pretty damn good.
Right. So I've concluded that most people would ignore her and not give any money back, and I kind of was happy she got a refund. And so I don't know, man. I'm not seeing a big deal here. What about you, Mark? I'm not seeing a big deal.
No, but what's he have to say?
Let's hear what he has to say. This is Bob. He's identifying himself as the owner. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, hello, Tom. How are you? It's a pleasure to get to talk to you.
Thank you for calling. Listen, I don't want to go back on the consumer because she said, she had problems getting the work done, and she paid you up front, and she said she was unhappy with the concrete and the fact that you kept $750, and she's here listening. So listen, I don't know why you're keeping $750. Maybe you can explain that.
Well, let me tell you, she wasn't unhappy with the concrete. She paid for it in full. We never asked for payment until they're happy. What she wanted.
Whoa! Didn't she pay you $13,000 up front?
Yes.
Okay, So let's go from that.
22.
So
Hold
whenever we had a landscape and a concrete job, okay, when we do that, we do deposits for 50% of it, okay? So when we did the concrete and finished it, I had her pay the balance of the concrete because the landscaping was going to be farther down the road. I actually put her in front of several people because she was a friend and a very good friend of a family friend of ours. So we got the concrete all done, okay? Then there was one little spot, which in our contract, it says that concrete is a natural-made product. There can be slight imperfections.
By the way, I just want to tell you something. Before you go on and on about that, we don't have a problem with your concrete, so keep going.
Yeah, well, it's beautiful.
It is beautiful. Go ahead. Go ahead.
If you pull us up on Facebook, Tom, you'll see us. My brother's company's with you, and we want to get with you, too. Anyways, so next in the landscaping, again, I put her in front of everybody, several customers for the concrete. I told her that the landscaping, because of the way the weather was and how many people we had, that we would try to get it, I think it was June or July, but I couldn't promise her. But we would be able to get it done for her. She said no problem. I met with her 4 different times at her house. The last time I met with her at the suppliers to help her pick out all of her plants and pick out her rocks. So we had all that done. The only thing I hadn't paid for was the plants because you don't pay for those until they're actually delivered. So then the last time I met with her, 2 weeks before we were going to start, we redesigned the front a little bit. And then we talked to another gentleman about a boulder she wanted moved because he had a machine, and we were ready to go. I told her we'd be out there in about 2 weeks.
Bob, I'm not disputing anything here. All we're asking is, why did you keep $750? I mean, there's no big deal here.
Yeah, so I'll tell you why. So when I told her, because she wasn't entitled to any refund by our contract, but because she was a friend, I told her I would give her a refund minus the 30-some hours I spent because she canceled the contract because she said her husband now wanted to be involved, which was never presented, and she canceled it the Friday before we were supposed to start. I had already had all the material booked.
All right.
And I
So
said,
Joanne, hold on, Joanne. So he's saying the reason he kept the $750 is he put a lot of time in after the concrete and before the concrete. That wasn't the part of the concrete. It was in addition to the concrete. Do you buy that, Joanne?
No, I don't. There's nowhere in that contract I signed with him where he charges for consultation.
Well,
there's nowhere in there where he refunds you money either.
Right. Joanne, let's be fair. Let's be fair.
Hold on. Can I address that? It does say in the contract, I marked on the bottom, that there are no refunds if the work is scheduled and the items are ordered. It wasn't scheduled.
And they were
ordered.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were, Tom. She had to wait 30-some days to get her money back because I didn't get all the money back from my suppliers. Once I got the money back from my suppliers, she got her check.
All right, let her talk, though, Bob. Go ahead, Joanne.
Let me talk.
Yeah.
Let me talk.
Well, then she did.
Hold on. Okay, let her talk, please, Bob. Go ahead, Joanne.
I gave Bob the opportunity, and it's in the email, to provide me documentation that he ordered that stuff, and he never did. Secondly, he never scheduled it. He never scheduled it with me. The only time I heard it was scheduled was after I said enough, and I want to cancel and move on. I see no reason for him to hold on to $12,000 of my dollars until next year. I canceled it. I highlighted it. It's in his contract. I followed the contract. Read my email.
All right, so where do we stand at this point?
If he went out there and spent a lot of time designing it and going it over with you, you don't value that at $750.
But see, Joanne, listen, to be fair, he did let you cancel. There technically wasn't a cancellation. And I thought when you first told me, I said, I would be thanking God that I got everything back but $750. Do you really feel screwed over this deal?
Let me direct you back to his contract again, Tom. I live in an HOA, and I talked to him in the first place.
But go back to the contract. Where does it say that you get a complete refund if you cancel?
It says that they're going to provide drawings. I have no drawings. All he did was spray paint the dirt in my front yard.
But
in
Can I
September.
respond?
Go ahead.
Can I respond, please?
I don't even have.
Let's let him
Hold on.
talk.
Bob, go ahead.
Okay, Tom, here's the deal. From the very start, what we do, I've been doing this 45 years. What we do is we'll go out and paint designs on the yard, because on a piece of paper, you can't really get the true effect if you don't know where stuff is. I did that 3 times with her. She's wrong in saying it was a schedule, because the last time I met with her when we redesigned it, I told her then we'd be out in 2 weeks. She said, okay. It wasn't until the one day after 2 weeks, let me finish, wasn't until the one day after that she decided that she wanted to cancel. And her reason for canceling was her husband had to be gone, and he now wanted to be involved in the project, which he was never involved in the entire project the whole time. I said, Joanne, you can't just all of a sudden change the contract. That's why there's a contract. If he wanted to be involved, it should have been wrote, husband will be here or you will be here throughout the process. As you can see, with all of our customers, we walk the jobs with them every day whatever work we get done. So back to her statement about the materials, okay? She went to the suppliers with me to pick out the materials. I paid for the rock because she wanted a different rock. I paid for the equipment.
All right, so this is clearly not going to come to an agreement. Joanne doesn't feel you are
because on the check for our agreement.
No, I know. We looked at it. We looked at it. You put a restrictive endorsement on there that said it's only good if as full payment. She crossed it out and said no. Restrictive endorsements are not contracts. They're just not, because she crossed it out and didn't agree to it. I mean, I don't know what you're going to do about that. Here's the bottom line, okay? She's got her money back except for $750. She feels it's unfair.
I think he'd win in court.
I think she should try to bring it to small claims court and let a judge decide, Joanne. I mean, listen, I don't think he's being totally unreasonable. That's what I don't. I really don't.
I'm going to go one further. I don't think he's being unreasonable at all.
Well,
They went to the landscape place. He went out there, according to him, and laid it out on her property 3 different times.
But, Mark, he did say it was going to be done at the end of June. He said it was going to...
How many companies said things were going to be done at the end of June in the last 2 years?
I don't know.
And at the end of October, they weren't done.
Yeah, I know. And so here's the deal. I'm really happy you got most of your money back, though. Let's just call that a blessing. And again, he has no intention of giving you that $750. Hold on, Bob. If she takes you to small claims court, you think you'll win?
Let her do it. Oh yeah, I know I'll win, and then we'll have to sue her for the whole contract because she was a friend, and I can produce the paperwork that she wants, which is none of her business to have. That's my business documents. I didn't have to give her the money back, but we're not that kind of company. I helped. Let me tell you what kind of company we are. We donated a $70,000 project to Columbine Memorial to redo it.
Don't virtual.
Don't
virtue signal.
Yeah. We're fine, Bob. We're fine. I think what you did is not terrible, but I can also see Joanne's point here.
Goodland, Kansas, 1976 is where it all began for Hayden Outdoors Real Estate. Over 200 brokers and agents from coast to coast. We're still going strong. If you want to sell your farm, ranch, hunting property, needing a land valuation,
send me this
purchase your next property, give our team a call at 866-741-8323. That's 866-741-8323. Or visit HaydenOutdoors.com. Hayden Outdoors is the brand that sells the land.
Let's talk about selling your home.
Of course, everyone knows homes are selling, but even when they sell right away, they don't sell right away. You got to set a closing, loan approval, inspections, and all of that. Now, here's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that HomeVestors will give you a check. That's it. And before you think, well, they're not going to give me what I want, at least try them. You have nothing to lose. It would be my first phone call. Then I'd compare with my real estate people. But really, HomeVestors has no inspections. They have no commissions. They have no fees. They just buy your house. 800-44-BUYER. 800-44-BUYER. If you want free legal advice, BlakeHarrisLaw.com will do it. Call him and ask him a question about your estate. 833-ASK-BLAKE. Hey, Blake, do I need a trust in this situation? What do I do to protect my heirs for their whole life? What do I do to protect me from creditors? I have people coming after me for no reason. What do I do about someone with special needs? How do I leave a car, just a car, to someone? How about a savings account? BlakeHarrisLaw.com. Ask your questions, flat rates for what he does for you. 833-ASK-BLAKE.
500 reviews, 4.9 stars. You got to check these guys out for yourself. If you're looking for that HVAC company that's going to give you the straight skinny on what's going on with your furnace and not trying to strong-arm you into just buying a new furnace, you want the folks at 888heating.com. They're great people, been on our referral list for 15 years. Check out their reviews on Google, Yelp, everywhere. It's a great company with great pricing. 888heating.com or call them at 888-HEATING.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery. We are loving how thousands of people have found out just how safe and convenient it is to work out in your own home. There's never been a better time to buy. We have everything in the store on sale at pre-inflation pricing. You can save huge, up to 50% off, only while supplies last. Take advantage of up to 36 months, 0% financing.
Hi, it's Carl Mecklenburg, former Denver Broncos All-Pro linebacker and defensive captain. This is the place to come if you need a home gym. You'll use it every day. I use it, my wife uses it, our son uses it.
How you guys doing? Rod Smith, two-time Super Bowl champion, three-time Pro Bowler, Ring of Famer with the Denver Broncos. We got dumbbells, we got fitness equipment, we got treadmills, we got bikes. We got it in stock right now. My original fitness equipment came from a big box store. Filled the space, looked great, but it just wasn't functional. So you know what happened? Didn't get used.
We have the best warranties. It's commercial-grade equipment made for your home. Visit one of our 6 convenient locations today or fitnessgallery.com.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Now there's an exciting new treatment available right here in Denver using natural biologics, regenerative solutions that can restore and repair damaged tissue in your joints. Hey, it's Michael Brown here. I'm talking about QC Kinetics. Now open here. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in non-surgical regeneration. Highly concentrated natural biologics that can give you lasting relief. Now, if you have pain in your knees, back, shoulder, hips, and you're tired of steroids, pain meds, and talk of major surgery, this is the treatment that you've been hoping for. Call the medical professionals at QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. Learn about how natural biologics can be used to get you moving again, but pain-free. Listen, don't let them keep giving you steroids, and don't let them tell you surgery is your only option. Get a free second opinion at QC Kinetics. Do it now, and imagine life in 2022 without pain. Call QC Kinetics now at 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. Optima Tax Relief. For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's time to get locked and loaded at the Tanner Gun Show. This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the Arapahoe County Fairgrounds. You won't find a bigger or better selection of new and hard-to-find used firearms, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Exercise your Second Amendment rights. Protect your family. And get your guns while you can. At the Tanner Gun Show in Aurora. 3-day tickets are available at the door. Or get them online at TannerGunShow.com.
This is Chris Collinsworth. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
The Broncos are not searching for kickers or punters for their Week 18 matchup against the Chiefs. They do expect Brandon McManus and Sam Martin back by Saturday. The Nuggets host the Jazz at Ball Arena, trying to put an end to Utah's 9-game road winning streak. Forward Zeke Naji is out, while Monte Morris is questionable. And NFL teams face the possibility of losing a draft pick and getting fined if team representatives conduct themselves unprofessionally during draft prospect interviews. I'm J.D. Halpern.
Download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code SPORTS for a special offer when you sign up. That's code SPORTS for a special offer when you sign up, only at DraftKings Sportsbook.
Listen to us on your radio, on your desktop, and on your smart device. Denver's talk station is available everywhere, in your car, at work, and wherever you go. All you need is our free iHeartRadio app. Just say, play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio.
All right, 303-713-8255. We've got a ton going on. I'm going to get back to the phones. I was going to ask Brian at Compass something. What insurance companies are handling these fires the best? Can you pull Brian up real quick, Tom? Hey, Brian.
Brian.
Is there any particular companies that deal with these catastrophic losses better than others? We always talk about State Farm.
Actually. Yeah, you're right. We know the 5 bad ones, okay? And I hate to say this, but it's true. It's based on complaints. And this is not Brian saying this is me. Allstate, State Farm,
Farmers, American Family, and Fred Loya. The 5 worst we've ever dealt with. Now, are there others that are difficult, or would you rather talk about the ones that are a breeze?
Yeah, I will tell you, it's obviously so new, these claims are right now, but I can tell you I got a call from one of the carriers. The name of the company is Pure, P-U-R-E. Now, it's a high-value insurance company. It was for a home that was in danger. That was a very nice home, $1 million+ dollar home.
I think I have Pure on one of my properties, right? Pure?
You do.
Yeah.
Yep, you do. But I just wanted, just to give you an idea, they called me and then called the insured. They sent their own truck out prior to the fire reaching to be able to spray it down with some special foam to try and the area around to do whatever mitigation they could, and the house was saved. It didn't end up getting burned. But that just tells you they just go over and beyond to try to, preemptively stop the fire from happening. But I can tell you just from we've lost some homes in this. Some of our clients have lost homes in this fire. And, I'm not going to say any of the companies are doing a poor job because that just isn't true. But there's one company I can tell you that has been unbelievable so far. The name of the company is Acuity, A-C-U-I-T-Y. They are unbelievable, the response time, and some of the over and beyond things they're doing. They're even on one looking to cover a well that was damaged by the fire, which is truly, it's hard to find coverage on an insurance policy for a well because it's separated from the house and underground, and yet they're still trying to cover it. So, I guess we'll see as time goes on here, but so far we've seen a great response.
Hey, that makes me think of something, Brian. On the coverage you sold me for my homeowners, I have not only, I have line coverage and also flood insurance. Would the line coverage actually cover my well?
You know what? That is something they were because this coverage was actually this customer had service line coverage as well, and so that's where I went first. But they're actually looking at it as part of the actual main home policy. They're extending coverage. It looks like over to the well based off of the main home, not the service line.
Brian, Compass Insurance Group, they're answering questions for people if you have any on this casualty loss. And thank you very much. Now, we had a guy call and say, I think my customer's getting taken advantage of. Is that right, Suze?
That's right, Tom.
And he wanted to come on, Saul.
Yes, trying to help his customer out.
Saul is with Autotech. Now, years ago, Autotech was on the referral list. Did you know that? But it was, I don't know if it's still under the same ownership.
When I had a corporate
years and years ago.
When I had a corporate office for my good years, Autotech was actually under me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah? What do you mean? Oh, you mean physically under you?
Physically under.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Now, anyway, Saul was concerned that a customer of his was getting ripped off, but I'm not sure how he feels they were getting ripped off.
He can explain, Tom.
Saul, you installed, let me get this straight. You installed an engine for someone, is that right? Did you rebuild it or just install it? Explain the original job. I want to make sure I get this straight.
Sure. So a vehicle came into us on January 8th of last year with a seized engine with no oil in it and no leaks present in it. And we installed a used engine in this vehicle per the request of the guests to get them and their daughter back on the road safely.
And what's the first name of the customer?
Whitney.
In Whitney's car. Okay. Now, you installed a used engine in Whitney's car, and how do you feel Whitney is being taken advantage of?
Well, based on the condition that the vehicle came in, there's no oil in it, we voiced our concern that we want to be real vigilant about getting oil changes done on this engine after it gets replaced. And we can see that Whitney has done everything in her power. In the past year, she's gone to 4 different locations and paid for 3 different oil changes, and on the 4th time asked a shop to just check and confirm if it needed an oil change. And the vehicle just came back to us with a seized engine, and the oil filter that's on it is the one from the very first place she took for an oil change just a month after.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight, Saul. You're saying you installed a used engine in Whitney's car. She had a previous history of not changing oil and not taking care of it, so you emphasized that she should get oil changes. You're claiming that the oil changes were never really done?
I'm claiming that the filters were definitely never changed. I can't empirically prove that the oil was not in fact changed because another location has already drained the oil from the vehicle before it came to us. However, the Motor Vehicle Repair Act states that auto repair facilities have to delineate the part number and the vendor into their repair order. And we have invoices from Whitney on getting oil changes performed at a couple other facilities. However, the very first place she went to get an oil change, just a month after we put this motor in, their oil filter and their date stamp that correspond with their invoice is still installed on this engine. So it looks like it's gone and paid for 2 different oil changes.
What kind of oil filter was it?
You know, when people get ripped off, by the way, I want to mention this. Usually when people get ripped off in the auto industry, it's not with oil changes because they're so easy to do.
And he's saying it happened twice. What kind of oil filter was it?
The oil filter that is currently installed on the vehicle is a Purolator L22500.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's sold by numerous different companies, right? Who sells it?
Oh, 100%. The manufacturer Purolator sells these nationwide.
Well, then how do you know it's from the original place and not one of the places afterwards?
Right.
And here's where I think this is coming. Is this because it's under warranty with you, and you're saying you're not going to do the warranty?
Now, we're trying to get, Saul, you're thinking that Whitney was taken advantage of by these places not doing the service. How long, I need to ask a few raw questions. How long has it been in miles and time since you did the car?
Just under a year and 16,000 miles. And to answer your question, the oil filter that's on the vehicle has the signature and date stamp that match the repair invoice from the very first oil change it received. The invoices that we've received from...
Wait a minute, so you have the very first invoice...
Have an invoice with a part number that's not on the vehicle.
So you have the very first invoice with an oil change that matches the invoice to the filter, but the second and third do not match.
Correct.
That's pretty damn good evidence. Mark, he's saying the guy signed and dated the first one. The second one and third one, they did not.
What do you, signed and dated what?
The filter? Didn't you say the filter?
Who signs a filter?
As part of a quality check here at AutoTech and at lots of high-caliber facilities, we will see dual checks where a technician has to sign off on the filter and another technician has to sign off that
Do you mean he literally signed the filter is what I'm asking, Saul? What do you mean sign off on the filter?
Yes, his signature is on it. We actually emailed you over a copy of the pictures of it as well, and it's still here in our bay for inspection. We reached out to that facility to confirm the technician as well. And
okay. When Whitney came back after 16,000 miles and just under 1 year, first of all, 16,000 miles would have been how many oil changes with 16,000 miles?
On this vehicle, every 5,000, so we would assume 3 oil changes.
Okay. So after 16,000 miles and just under 1 year, did Whitney come back and say, hey, Saul, my engine seized, you better give me another one? Or did she come back and say, hey, Saul, what's up?
Neither. She actually took the vehicle to a facility that was near to her in the area, and reached out to us directly when that facility said, look, it looks like this engine has failed.
Okay.
And we, on our own dime, we sent a tow truck up to Fort Collins. We brought the vehicle back down. We had a master tech with 30 years experience and 8 ASE certifications tear it down and do a verification and just see exactly what happened with this.
Okay, and what did the verification say? What did the verification say happened to the engine?
The engine itself is completely sludged internally. The filter that is still on it still matches from February 24th from that other facility.
I find it hard to believe, honest to God, that 16,000 miles can sludge an engine that bad that it would seize. I find it almost impossible.
And 2 or 3 other shops.
Hold on. I just
okey-doked her on oil change.
No, I find it really difficult to believe that in just 16,000 miles, an engine can go from fine to seized. Hold on. Let's talk about that.
Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Caplis in the afternoon, 6:30.
He's trying to get out of the warrant.
Denver.
Well, I don't know. I mean, actually, he sounds pretty credible, too.
Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Discover.
You have to believe, like you said, an engine failed with 16,000 miles.
I know.
And 2 or 3 other shops said they did oil changes with receipts and didn't do oil changes.
Due to the Marshall Fire cleanup. Fox 31 10-point weather, afternoon and evening snow, high reaching 35 today and tonight's low 17. 2 to 6 inches of snow expected. For tomorrow, snow ends partly cloudy but colder with a high of only 26. Currently, it's 33. With your impact, traffic and weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin. 6:30 a.m.
Jiffy Lube.
Real credit card questions require real people. Someone who
Big O, Jiffy Lube, and a different Big O.
resolve them with you. That's why Discover offers helpful U.S.-based representatives.
It's got the VIN number and everything.
24/7. Discover. Exceptionally common sense.
I want you to take this seriously because I did it on a whim. My doctor says, hey, take this core scan. Get your carotid scanned. And it found some soft plaque. Do you know what? It's a predictor of heart disease and risk of stroke. And I dealt with it. And because I did, it actually stopped and reversed. And I want you to know about this. Because honest to God, you could have a time bomb and not know it. 80% of the people walking around do. Now, don't say, I don't want to know, like Mark. That's ridiculous. Because you do want to know, and you do want to address it directly. Just 15 minutes, non-invasive, pain-free. And yes, Mark is having it done. Corescans.com with no E, C-O-R, corescans.com. I'm going to get Talib there, too, because it's a lifesaver. It's the most accurate, low-cost diagnostic method known to man. 720-740-2663. Right here in Denver and Boulder. Corescans.com without the E. Corescans.com, 720-740-2663. If you want floor coverings, you can buy them anywhere, even big box stores like Home Depot, Lowe's. Or you can go to like these exchanges and mills. And here's the bottom line. You're not going to get better prices than you will at Simply Floors. They have a large selection of luxury vinyl tile, one of the largest in Denver, and they have all kinds of carpeting and the greatest installers. You can't beat Simply Floors Inc. That's INC.com. That's where you make your own appointment. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
This tax filing season could...
You have to believe. Forget about the 16,000 miles in sludge. You would have to believe that Jiffy Lube in Loveland, when she had a 99,000 miles on it, told her they did an oil change, gave her a receipt, did everything, and didn't do the oil change. Then 6,000 miles later, a completely different Big O tire in Greenwood Village did the same thing to her. So 2 Big O's owned by 2 different people both fucked her over on oil changes. You think that's possible? Do you think it's fucking possible?
So maybe she's got a bad oil pump?
No, he's saying they didn't change the filter, period.
I get the filter sitting there, and that photo, if that's what's really on it, looks like that's what happened. If that's what that is, and that's the one that went down the first time, okay.
You know what I'd like to do? He's saying that's from this Jiffy Lube. You know what I'm going to do? Here's the Jiffy Lube one. I'm going to call these fucks. I'm going to call these guys.
Mark, what is that? Is that a laptop?
No, they sent it to me backwards. It's a laptop, yes.
Money to your budget. How about refinancing your mortgage?
But it's a touch screen, so you can flip it and use it like
No, it's not.
It's not.
It's a touch screen, but it doesn't change. In other words, it doesn't know it's bent like this.
Okay.
It's literally backwards is why I did this.
Well, no, I know why you did it. I was just trying to figure out what kind of machine you are.
Salary-based mortgage consultants, where you will learn about custom programs that may be a better fit for you than your current mortgage, because there's more to a mortgage than just a loan.
Why do people care if you have if you take ivermectin out? Why do fucking doctors care?
Skip 2 mortgage payments, creating even greater upfront savings. Think of the possibilities, then pick up the phone and call American Financing. 303-695-7000. That's 303.
Hey man, do you guys sign your oil filters?
AmericanFinancing.net.
Okay, and that's on every oil change?
Small businesses are the backbone of America. Yet when it comes to workers' comp insurance,
okay. And then,
you deserve.
That's weird.
Because insurance companies tend to lump you
all right,
with
thanks,
small
man.
businesses, and you could get overcharged.
They sign them.
Insurance, we're on a mission to change that. With Pi, you get a quote specific to your business, and you could save.
Well, then they didn't sign those. They wanted so.
No, this one's signed. This is the one from Jiffy Lube.
That is signed.
Is that first, second, or third?
According to the receipts, it's the first one.
Okay.
Just a second
And
and third.
the guy is saying that that's still there now that he's received the car back.
That's what he's saying.
Your business and keep your employees safe. You deserve more from your workers' comp provider. See how much you could save.
That would be fucking damning, Mark, if that's true.
Or get a quote today.
Or did he sign it?
That's what I don't know. Oh, wait. I should ask this guy if he uses Pure later.
Well, I'm going to tell you what I tell my golf buddies when they buy clubs.
Let me ask him what brand they use.
Searching for coupon codes. Download
I don't know, but this thing will get better in a minute. We're on the right side of right.
Plus, it's free.
Hey, I'm sorry, I just talked to you. Do you guys use Pure later filters mostly? All right, thanks.
What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupon there. Dent Talk Station.
Very interesting. Damn interesting.
What?
The whole thing.
He does use Pure. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter.
303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Listen, I want to go back to this auto tech. And we found some stuff out on the phone, and really, this is getting curiouser and curiouser. I don't even know if that's a word. Anyway, more curious and more curious. But anyway, more and more curious. But hold on a second, because I need to ask Bennett what his question is quickly on car and home insurance, since we are talking insurance. Bennett, what's your question?
My question is, I've got my notice for my house and car insurance that's due next month, and I believe there was a cover letter with it that Brian or his people would call me prior to that.
Are you with Compass Insurance Group?
Yes, I am.
I'm really happy about that. Brian, on renewal, do you guys call them, or how do you deal with renewals?
Yep. Well, that email goes out to let them know that we received their renewal, and now we're going through it, but we will be in contact within the next few days with if there's a better deal for them or what our advice is.
Okay, so that's what will happen, Bennett.
That's exactly what I wanted to know, because I don't want my insurance to lapse.
Oh, they'll never let that happen. They're good people.
Thank you much.
Right.
Okay, thank you for calling. I mean, we really appreciate you calling in. And again, Compass Insurance Group, good people. Now, did Saul hang up?
We're getting him back right now.
All right. Auto Tech, this is a weird experience, and we want to talk about it.
So here's what we got, real quick. We have a Receipt from a Jiffy Lube.
All right, before you go into that, we'll start at the very beginning. Autotech did an engine for this woman.
That's right.
Whitney. And 16,000 miles later, she takes it back and says the engine failed.
Yeah.
He claims it's failed because, or it has failed because the oil was not changed as directed, nor the oil filter. And he said his evidence is the oil change from the very first place still has the filter on there with the guy's signature and date. And he's saying, but then we have other questions as well. Like, even if she didn't have an oil change in 16,000 miles, is that reasonable that the entire engine would fail because of that? But anyway, Mark, what do we have as evidence?
Well, so the very first oil change, she gets the engine from this guy at Autotech done at 91,204 miles. Pays about $8,000. No, actually, wait a minute. I think I got that part even wrong. I'm trying to find the mileage here. But the very first, here it is right here. His mileage on here is 91,367. She gets an engine for basically $8,200. Around 94,000, she gets an oil change at a Jiffy Lube. Now, what Saul is saying is right now that same filter from that oil change is on there from 94,000 miles. But she also has receipts from two different Big O's, one in Loveland, I think one in Centennial, that said they did oil changes around 98,000 miles and 106,000 miles. Now the vehicle's got basically 109 on it, and it's seized up. There is a picture of an oil filter that is from apparently that Jiffy Lube that did it first. How we know that is, looking at the picture, it is literally signed, the date, and then the receipt matches it. So I called up that Jiffy Lube during break time, and sure enough, they sign every oil filter. I found that a little odd, but they said they sign every oil filter. So it looks legit. That is the oil filter on it. But then you have to stretch your imagination that two different Big O's owned by two different individuals, because they're all franchises, both okey-doke this lady on a $20 oil change, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever to me. So you have two different Big O's that screwed her in the meantime, and this engine sludged up with an oil change not done in 14 or 16,000 miles. That doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of people that go 30, 40, 50,000. Is it good on the engine? Well, hell no, but they don't break down like this. I don't know.
So, bottom line is Saul's not answering right now. We had him on, and we wanted to ask him questions. As soon as I said it sounds very unlikely that a car would seize, even if it had no oil changes in 6 months or 16,000 miles. For some reason, we're disconnected and can't talk to him. Now, I'm not accusing Autotech of anything, or Saul.
I think I would like to talk to the actual consumer, because my guess of what is going on is he doesn't want to warranty the engine.
Well, it could be. If it could be, he doesn't feel responsible. Hold on, and we'll come right back, okay? We'll come right back.
Is he on? We got to go to him. Listen, this guy on one is going to blow this thing open.
Yeah, what you got? Oh, don't say that loud.
And it's kind of funny, Saul's not coming back on now.
Watch for that delay once you get past the accident heading on to I-25.
You know what I'm going to do?
I-225 also.
I'm going to call the consumer.
Traffic on 270 or I-70. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, afternoon and evening snow.
Got out his bag of rocks. Gonna throw some.
Tonight's low drops to 17.
Let's see here.
Cloudy skies, but colder. A high of only 26. Currently it's 35. With your impact, traffic and weather, I'm Chris McLaughlin. 6:30. Hey, how?
File in a way that fits you and get the refund you deserve, guaranteed. Jackson Hewitt Tax Pros can help you find thousands worth of new tax credits. Schedule an appointment with one of their tax pros and learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
Let's talk about two loan companies for two very specific purposes, people I believe in. First, Ideal Home Loans. I often say for your next Ideal Home Loan. First they listen, then they lend. Ideal is founded in Colorado more than 20 years. Brent Ivinson's still at the helm with his team of salary-based loan officers to get you the best loans for your situation. That includes lowering your payment, getting lower payments, lower interest, or getting cash out or both, consolidating bills, whatever you need to do. And guess what? When you get a loan from Ideal, you get an interest rate guarantee, which means, listen to this, that if rates go down, they refinance you free of charge. You also can get a pre-approval, which is like a cash deal. That means that when you go out to shop, you're already approved for the loan. You don't have to go through it. You can close in 3 weeks or less. Ideal Home Loans for your next Ideal Home Loan. IdealHomeLoans.com, 303-867-7000. The other company, ApprovalReverse.com. Approval Reverse Mortgage. Well, what are they? Approval Reverse is a mortgage company for reverse loans. Somebody we know and trust, Joan Sullivan. Live off of your equity tax-free. Extract it tax-free. Never be upside down in your home and never lose it if you simply pay taxes and insurance. Relieve yourself and get the help you need in your later years, 62 or older, with equity. 303-771-3528. 771-3528.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery.
Clogged ports, bad oil pump. Maybe the engine had something going on with it. Just wasn't diagnosed.
Take advantage of up to 36 months, 0% financing. Hi, it's Carl Mecklenburg, former Denver Broncos All-Pro linebacker, defensive captain. This is the place to come if you need a home gym. You'll use it every day. I use it. My wife uses it. Our son uses it. How you guys doing? Rob Smith, 2-time Super Bowl champion, 3-time Pro Bowler, Ring of Fame with the Denver Broncos. We got dumbbells, we got fitness equipment, we got treadmills, we got bikes, we got it in stock right now. My original fitness equipment came from a big box store. Filled the space, looked great, but it just wasn't functional. So you know what happened? Didn't get used. We have the best warranties with commercial-grade equipment made for your home. Visit one of our 6 convenient locations today or fitnessgallery.com.
Hey, look, another pipe leak.
I thought Mr. Fix-A-Leak fixed that.
I thought you did too. And now there's a slab leak.
What, a slab leak?
It's time to call Repipe Specialists. Repipe Specialists can repipe our whole house and guarantee no leaks for life.
Got leaks? Repipe Specialists can repipe your whole house and guarantee no leaks for life. Call 303-228-2910 for a free in-home estimate and pay nothing down and no payments or interest for a year. That's 303-228-2910 or visit repipe.com. Walk around here with podiatry associates. Do you have pain or neck pain or a broken foot or toe? Maybe fungal toenails or ingrown toenails? Or you've been told you need orthotics or bunion surgery? Podiatry Associates is here for you. With locations at Rose Medical, Cherry Creek, Aurora, Parker, and Castle Pines, there's a location near you. So don't suffer any longer and don't jump into surgery. Call Podiatry Associates, 303-805-5156 or online FitDoctorsColorado.com.
Do you check your Google search results regularly? You should. People often get their first impression of you or your business online. Negative comments on the internet can impact your life and your livelihood. Take control of your online reputation. Get your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com. It may reveal negative posts from an ex-employee, upset patient or client, news article, legal issue, or even exposed personal information right there in your Google search results. Uncover what's lurking on the internet about you with reputationdefender.com's patented scan and get your free reputation report card. Or for immediate assistance with your reputation, call 800-401-6681. Our cutting-edge technology helps make your Google search results look their best. Call 800-401-6681. That's 800-401-6681. 800-401-6681. Or take the free scan at reputationdefender.com.
NeoU is my new favorite fitness app. And at $3.99 a month, I can't believe everything I get. Real-time coaching, daily live workouts where I can see my friends, plus thousands of on-demand classes like strength, boot camp, yoga, and more. I'm obsessed with NeoU's interactive workouts where my instructors can see and talk to me. And when you sign up for a 60-day free trial by January 31st, you'll pay just $3.99 a month. Sign up now at neoufitness.com. That's neoufitness.com.
Hey, this is Dave Kaplis. Thanks for listening to Tom Martino. Join me this afternoon.
I'm telling you, this guy Saul, in my opinion, is a complete dirtbag. I just talked to the owner. Thinks he's trying to get out of the warranty too. Whitney. I don't want to get into that yet. Get line one up.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter,
3-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, again, we had Autotech on the line. They were saying that their customer was being screwed by not getting the maintenance they paid for. As a result, the engine seized, and they're blaming Autotech for it, since Autotech is the one that replaced the engine to begin with and put in a rebuilt engine. What sounded suspect to us is that a car would seize and go bad after 16,000 miles, less than 1 year, even if oil changes were not done. The owner of the car says she feels Autotech is trying to get out of the warranty.
She's not quite sure. All she knows, and I just talked to her, that she has not had a vehicle now for a month. And she's got kids. She's a single mother.
Now, did Autotech call us?
Saul's calling back. We're calling him right now. He's coming back on.
I want to know what John has to say. He had to call in. Go ahead, John. What is your theory?
Well, just two things. Number one, both Big O's could have easily done an oil service without filter replacement.
It's right on the filters are on both invoices, man.
Yeah, the filters are on the invoices. They claim they changed them, but according to Autotech, the original filter is still on there.
No, I get it, but I'm telling you, it happens all the time. I've done it. I've put my own marks on oil filters and checked and called these people out. It happens all the time. If you do the math, it's like a $30,000 a year savings if you're not replacing oil filters.
But are you saying, okay, do you think not changing an oil filter, remember, she got a new oil filter the first time, and two changes after that.
Sting. That's ridiculous. Jiffy Lube did that years ago.
I'm also saying that you guys have no idea. Saul said he replaced it with a used engine. That used engine could have had 150,000 miles on it.
That's right.
Okay, so bottom line is, did the car seize because of that? Let's ask Saul. We did get in touch with him again. Here he is. Saul, how many miles did that engine have, that used engine?
31,000.
Oh, that's not bad. But is it reasonable it would seize after just two filters not being changed?
Based on the clogged pump pickup and the amount of particulate debris in it, there was no oil circulation going on inside that motor. It clogged that filter, and then it kept operating with particulate in it from the breakdown of the detergents in that oil until it clogged that pickup and could no longer pump oil. So, additionally, I did hear the reference to somebody saying they write their own initials on the oil filters. This vehicle was inspected by BG Automotive in Loveland, who actually took a picture of the signature on that filter before it came down to us. And we've sent that over to y'all. You have that in your invoices
and
as well.
And that's the original filter, meaning the other two places did not replace the filter.
Unfortunately.
Wow. So you feel at Autotech you don't have a responsibility to fix that engine. Is that right?
We stand behind our guests no matter what.
Hold on. I don't know what that means. Hold on. We'll talk about it. Let's talk.
Saul, hang on just a minute. We have to go to break, but we have a guy who knows about this particular vehicle, so hang on a minute.
I think the guy's lying through his teeth.
Well, that's why we got to bring line one up.
Saul. Tom's going too slow.
I want to make sure we have everything,
So you got to bring up line one.
Line one has good info.
I know that, but I wanted to make sure this guy had every bit of rope he needed.
He's got a lot of rope.
They're running around too fast. Trying to get some weight off.
I know the team, American Restoration.
Got up and meditated, ran 5 miles this morning before I even started my day. It was a good morning.
What are they trying to prove about January 6th? That Trump was truly planning to take over the government?
No.
Then what are they trying to prove?
They're saying that he didn't do enough to stop it.
HD2 Denver. KHOW Denver, an iHeartRadio station. Available
And he could have.
Free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
Could your nose stop bleeding?
No.
Every time it gets loud, pressure goes up, it leaks a little bit more.
Try not to get it worked up.
Has started its review of Biden's request for emergency authorization of
Lower that blood pressure, puppy.
A vote is expected later today.
I gotta go get on fucking water bills or something.
Soar due to the Omicron variant.
What was your blood pressure yesterday? I saw it. It was like 160 over 100.
It was higher. That was like the third time they took it. It was higher than that. They told me if it broke 200, they weren't going to do the surgery.
He has white coat syndrome. Every time he goes to the doctor. Do you really? They have to take his blood pressure like 3 times at an appointment. It's crazy. You guys are.
You put a cuff on me, it automatically spikes.
Yeah. I can even go to one like at Sam's Club and it'll spike. And there's no one there but me.
For my nose surgery last year, the pre-op guy, he's like, "You must work out." I was like, "What do you mean?" It's like your blood pressure is stellar.
Yeah. What's this guy bitching about now? We follow the money. We
Tom,
follow
January 6th.
do you like that Nancy Grace? I love that woman every time she comes on the air and rains down on some bozo.
I do like Nancy.
I love her southern drawl and everything.
I want to hear the whole kit and caboodle.
D-Fax needs to go to jail with them.
They do on that one. That's horrible.
COVID-19 opposition lawmakers demanded explanations from French President Emmanuel Macron, who said he wanted to piss off unvaccinated people. Macron telling a French paper he thought unvaccinated people were irresponsible and that he planned to make their lives so complicated they would end up having to get the vaccine.
Nice,
and that's
Macron.
Electra, ABC News.
Who said that?
Foreign debt.
The Prime Minister of Canada.
ABC News.
Do you check your Google search results regularly? You should. People often get their first impression of you or your business online. Negative comments on the internet can impact your life and your livelihood. Take control of your online reputation. Get your free reputation.
Now, one investigation on the riots, though. Have you ever noticed that? Not one investigation. I mean, you had Kamala Harris going on saying we should raise bail money for them.
They did raise bail money. In fact, not only that, some of them that were out went on to commit violent crimes while they were out on that bail money.
Get your free reputation report card. Or for immediate assistance with your reputation, call 800.
They're all turning face on that, though. That was the dumbest thing any of them could do.
Do what?
They're all turning face on that, all of them. They all want the police back now. It's all in, whatever people are bitching about,
New
they're
York
on that
City just
side.
decriminalized a bunch of shit.
Yeah, but the new mayor, I don't know. We'll see how he does. I think he'll do all right for a lib. Anybody's got to be better than that Blasio. Did you see that CNN? That dude started railing on him during the fucking, what do you call it? The ball dropping?
Yeah.
That was funny as shit.
What did he say about it?
Sayonara, worst governor or worst mayor we've ever had, ever.
Who was that?
And he held up pictures of his dead grandmother from one of those homes. It was not who's
one of the hosts.
Yeah, who's the main host? The gay guy. The main guy.
Ryan Seacrest?
No. The CNN guy.
Oh,
Cooper.
Anderson Cooper.
Anderson Cooper had on Andy something.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Cohen.
And it was Cohen. It's so funny because Cooper's trying to just, kind of calm him down, but he's laughing at the same time. It's pretty good. Sayonara, sucker.
They're both gay.
That's what he said. Oh, they both are? I don't know. Not that it matters. They're not together, though, are they?
No.
Or married or whatever?
No.
Expressing belief is not a crime. Well, at least it's not yet. No, that's not true. It might not be a crime, but yeah, it is. You know why? They attempted to make it a crime when they put that kid that was getting beat up at the riots on fucking on trial.
Specializing in handcrafted Colorado.
Well, he also shot people.
Yeah, but his belief was there. He was helping people.
You will not find better built furniture in
That
Colorado.
sounds like a good excuse.
He shot people.
Yeah, but the people were attacking him.
He shot people and people were attacking. He said he was shooting at the people that were attacking.
It didn't matter. It's the people that were attacking was a problem.
Okay.
He just wanted to go there and help.
Really?
Yep. Kids should get a medal.
Dope dealers just want people to feel better.
I think the worst dope dealers, honestly, were doctors.
You mean R?
No, I think they cracked down on that. I think most doctors are terrified to give out painkillers now, aren't they?
I don't know.
Remember, it was a couple of years ago, we were getting calls all the time. My doctor stopped. I mean, we were getting them weekly. I can't get my fucking Oxycontin anymore. So something happened a few years ago.
That's a fucking road to nowhere, man.
I heard it'll constipate you to the point where you can't shit.
Not, you get used to that, but it's just a road to nowhere because it'll never get you out of pain.
Eventually, they just don't work as much either, right? So then you up the dose,
and then your heart stops,
and then eventually you just die. Yeah, you're right. That's a road to the grave.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
All right. Let's just really pick this up and get to another point. We're talking about Autotech putting in a used engine with 30,000 miles in a car. That used engine, after 16,000 miles, less than 1 year, seized, and they took it back to Autotech. Whitney is the owner. Whitney feels Autotech might be trying to get out from under the warranty and not replace it. But Autotech says, no, we'll stand behind it, but then we got to get them back on. But bottom line is the engine seized. Why did it seize? Autotech says they've gathered information that shows the oil filter was never changed after the first time she left Autotech. So he said she left Autotech, got her first oil change, and that filter stayed on the car the whole 16 months, or excuse me, the whole 16,000 miles. Would that make the car seize?
You know, this is weird too. I'm looking at this engine that he sold her. It does not say it's a used engine. Here's what it says, Tom. GM engine. And then there's a part number and a price. Doesn't say anything about used engine.
He said it was used, and he said it had 31,000 miles.
I heard him say that too. What I'm telling you, though, is this does not say it's a used engine. And when I talked to her, Whitney, she was under the impression it was a GM engine and not a used engine.
You mean a new engine?
Yes.
You mean a rebuilt engine or new?
Well, we either rebuild or new.
Well, let me ask you something. How much was it?
30, just the engine part, $3,100. Now,
that would have been a used engine right there.
His warranty says 3 years, 36,000 miles.
Okay, but that would not include lack of maintenance.
Yeah, but you can't argue she did any lack of maintenance.
Yeah, but he's saying that it wasn't maintained. Now, Robert heard that he was going to be on the show on Facebook and called in. Robert, what do you have to say? Robert?
Hello?
Yes, sir. What do you have to say?
What do you know about this?
Well, I was there working with Saul when we put that engine in.
You hold on. You were actually an employee there?
Yeah, I was. As you know, I used to own part of Autotech. I've been on your show before.
Robert, hold on. Robert, hold on. Let me find out what you're saying. You used to own part of Autotech. Was your dad also involved?
No.
Okay.
No. Got that. No.
There was a guy from Autotech. He had white hair. He was an older gentleman.
My age. John Brecky. A good man.
Was he your partner?
No, he's the man I sold my stake in Autotech to.
I remember. I remember you. I remember you. So you were there. Why were you there with Saul?
Because after Saul got involved with it, Brecky left. I was still in contact with Kent, who remains a partner. Kent was my former partner in the business. And we talked about me coming back. So eventually I went back there, and I worked for Saul for about 2 years.
And when you were working there, you saw him install this engine?
Well, Saul didn't personally install the engine, neither did I. But I remember the engine being installed. I very seriously doubt, and again, you have to take this with a grain of salt because this was 2 years ago, but I don't believe that was a brand new engine.
No, he didn't claim it was new.
Okay, right. Now, some things I've been listening to, and I want to make a couple of points. One is, if it's a used engine, they typically only have 30 to 90-day warranties. You were saying he's got it written down that it's 3 years, 36. If that's true, then it's true. I did not personally get along real well with Saul. However, so I have a bias. You have to also know that. I'm telling you that up front. But Saul's a good businessman. He'll do what's in his best interest. And if it's in his best interest to help this woman, I have every confidence that that's exactly what he will do. Now, a couple of points about the mechanics of this. I don't agree with the man who said that they're trying to save 30 grand. My experience with Big O, and I've known lots of the people from Big O, we travel in the same circles. They're not dishonest. And they're not, and 30 grand is trivial. Okay, that's not what's going to happen. Most likely, what happens when an oil filter does not get changed, it's because the tech is a transient or a kid or just doesn't know where the oil filter is, doesn't care. He's in a hurry. They are under a lot of pressure to move cars out of there for oil changes because they are not money makers. Oil changes are not money makers, and if they can't access the oil filter quickly, and there are not good procedures like we have at Autotech, then the oil filter won't get changed, and nobody will be the wiser. It'll just go until the next person changes it. That's more likely scenario. That, however...
But wait, twice? Two different Big O's?
It is pushing credibility, yes. I think that's a stretch, but, it's possible, but it's not the point. The point is more to what you're saying. And first of all, I would say that if it could be proved that they didn't change the oil filters, that they have some culpability too. And in a court case, they would have to put up some cash. Having said that, an engine is not going to sludge up in 16,000 miles. It's easy enough to check. The oil filter's still on there. You can check and see if the filter's clogged. You can open it up, or you can put it on another engine if you've got guts to do that.
Yeah, but if he wanted to prove his point, couldn't he sludge it up?
No, not so easy. No, that would be difficult to do.
Wait. To a different point though. I got to get your take on this. So on his receipt, Autotech's receipt, it says GM engine, part number 126780022. When I Google that, it comes up numerous places. This is a GM engine kit. That includes the camshaft, timing, crankshaft. This appears to be a new engine according to the receipt.
Or rebuilt.
How would you read that?
But what difference does it make?
Well, it makes a lot of difference.
There's a big difference between a used engine and a rebuilt engine.
But what difference does it make as far as the warranty? This guy said, this guy installed an engine. Whether it's used or rebuilt, What difference does it make? He either did it right or he did it wrong. It either sludged or it didn't sludge. He's either going to warranty or not warranty it. Makes no difference.
He's saying most
I'm
use
not arguing that point. What I'm saying is if it's a used engine and the junkyard said you're taking them at their word that it had 30,000, and there's no oversight in that, by the way, in any junkyard that I'm aware of. There's no oversight. They can claim whatever they want. If the engine were already sludged, it would not have been taken apart at Autotech. It would have just been installed. So nobody would have known. And then it could fail in 16,000 miles.
Okay, got it.
A brand new engine would not.
Okay, got it.
Would not fail in 16,000
Got
miles.
it.
Not only that, it looks like he charged her for a new engine. That's where I'm going. She's under the impression
$3,100
GM engine.
$3,100 is not a new rebuilt engine. It would have been $6,000.
All these kits under that exact part number are between $3,000 and $48,000.
That's a rebuild kit. That's not the engine.
That's what he's saying he sold her. No, that's the kit that includes everything, though.
But that's what
We rebuild engines at Autotech. We would have them sent out to a machine shop, which is entirely possible that was done. Although I don't have, I'm not privy to that information at this point. It's more likely it was just a used engine. And you're right, a GM engine, if you could get that engine, would be at least $6,000, and that would be cheap. So I would personally, I believe this all will take care of this. If I really wanted to dig into this, all I would do is take the oil filter off and cut it open, or put it on another engine, same engine, and see if you got oil pressure. Oil filters bypass. When they get clogged, the oil still circulates. So it's something less than 16,000 miles when that oil filter got clogged, because it didn't get clogged the day they put it on.
That's right.
So it has less than 16,000 miles on it. And, man, sludge just doesn't build up that fast. So I don't believe that, I don't believe it's a new engine. B, I don't believe that that it was because of the lack of oil change, although they contributed.
So, okay, here's what I want to know then. What do you think did happen?
He installed a used engine, and it probably already had sludge, and it failed in 16,000 miles.
So, therefore, he has to honor the warranty.
Right. If the engine were sludged up, it would restrict oil flow and easily cause a failure. But I don't know that Saul's not going to take care of this. Has anybody asked him?
No, we're going to.
He thinks the two big O's should be taking care of it.
Well, we'll figure that out.
Look, staying healthy isn't easy. Watching your diet.
This doesn't work anymore. Fuck you.
Clear as mud.
I really meant it, man. I pressed it, and nothing happened. I mean, if you don't care, I don't care. So, really, did it work or not? I mean, do I have to wait a half a tick? It used to go faster, but I don't care.
Let's talk about your health. I really want to stress this because it could save your life. I believe it saved mine. Now, I may not have been in immediate danger. There are people that were. There are people that immediately went to the hospital and had it taken care of. 80% of the time you're going to find soft plaque. It doesn't mean you did something wrong. Sometimes you can't help it. It's our lifestyle. It's our families way back. Here's the bottom line. You can get a core scan done of your carotid artery. It's cheap. It's non-invasive. It's pain-free. It takes less than 15 minutes. It's the most accurate low-cost diagnostic method for predicting heart disease or risk of stroke. $150. I don't know why anyone would not have this done. And don't make that stupid statement, oh, I don't want to know, I don't want to know. This is easy. And I would go with you if don't do it if there was nothing you could do about it, but there is. You can arrest it and reverse it immediately with drugs. Core scans, that's core, C-O-R, without the E, corescans.com, 720-740-2663. A lot of people are enjoying now, especially with the crazy airlines and cities closing down and all of this stuff, they're enjoying RVs more than ever. Century RV up on I-25 and exit 240. Those people are selling a whole slew of new and used RVs and paying the best prices for your trades and giving you the best prices on new and used units. Why don't you go up and see them? Century, that's CENTURY, like 100, CentryRV.com. 303-453-1111.
Michael Brown here for Advanced Hair Restoration.
So here's what he sold her, okay? He sold her a complete rebuild kit.
Okay. So then he rebuilt it or what? I don't understand it.
He's saying he sold her a used engine. Well, the receipt says he sold her a rebuild kit.
Well, maybe that's the way he coded it. I don't know. It's just weird. We can't get him back on.
I wouldn't come back on if I were him.
When it comes to hair restoration, I'm living proof that Advanced Hair Restoration's guarantee works. My receding hairline is disappearing more and more every single day. So celebrate this.
Ted, unless the used engine already had sludge. Oh, geez.
459 hair. You'll get $250 off and 253 hair drafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, and you'll be inspired by looking at the before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
People have told me about Orchard, and no wonder. It's the new way to sell. For example, Orchard makes you a cash offer for your home, and when your home sells for more, you keep the difference. No longer do you have to choose between an easy home sale or the best price for your home. Let me tell you about Rudy, a recent Orchard customer. Rudy's home sold on the market for $33,000.
I'm telling you, he sold her. I don't care how I look it up. He sold her either a new engine or he rebuilt it, as far as the receipt goes.
When I told Saul Robert was on, he didn't want to come on. Here. So finally, that was my last. I don't know how you guys want to deal with that. I don't know if I should be giving that to you or Tom. But
what are you talking about? What is it?
It's nothing.
it is. It seems to be something. They're asking for a pretty hefty refund.
Oh, who?
The waterman.
Waterproof.
Oh, that's one of the first complaints we've ever heard. That guy's a wonderful guy, man. He really is, Mark. He's a good guy.
I like him.
Are they pissed at him?
I don't know. Let me read it.
Almost 15 years, a great company with the guaranteed lowest prices. And if you ever need
system did not remove the smell from our water.
Oh, he told me about that. It doesn't remove smell because it's fucking sulfur.
Yeah.
It wasn't that kind of system. They have well water with. He told me all about it.
Watching TaxSlayer calculate your refunds feels like climbing to the apex of a roller coaster.
You'll see. I mean, there's no removing smell. He never talks about smell. He removes dissolved solids and fucking problems. It takes another system to get rid of sulfur.
Well, they want a refund.
Yes. Where did you leave my eucalyptus? Where? Oh, in the cabinet. Oh, okay. I wanted to take it to work with me and smell up my studio.
I don't mind eucalyptus.
Yeah. So I'll leave after this. Okay, honey. Bye, honey. Love you.
Okay. Just look at this. Tell me what you think about this instead of me telling you. Look at the line item that says engine. Find 3,000.
GM?
GM engine, and then there's a part number. You Google that, it's a fucking engine. It's a new GM engine.
It would be 3,100.
I'm not giving a shit about pricing. I'm saying she thought she bought a new engine.
So why wait?
And there's nothing that says she didn't, even the warranty.
There's nothing that says it's used anywhere.
Denver's talk station, 630 KNOW.
Yeah, you're right. She could have been misled, is what you're saying.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Listen, I want to move on to other calls, but Mark discovered something that I think we should talk about with that engine after this. And Brian Burns with Compass Insurance Group, some emails we're getting. Brian, somebody wants to know, temporary living expenses, does it include meals?
If it's over and beyond what you would have to do, if you were in a normal situation. So in other words, if you would normally have a kitchen, be able to cook, and now you're having to go eat out at restaurants. Of course, there's abuse in that area because people can, start to say, I'm eating at a steakhouse every night, that kind of thing. It's got to be reasonable amounts. But long answer to that, it can include food.
So what we're talking about, by the way, it was Compass Insurance Group, is the recent fires, and if people were caught without homes or with damaged homes, you need to know what to do. Have you had any clients up in that area, Brian?
Yes, we've had a few homes that were completely lost.
And are they being taken care of? What's being done?
Yeah, so far the ones that we are involved with, these handful of ones that we have been, it's devastating. It is overwhelming, and it's not a pleasant experience. But they are being taken care of, and they've been put up at new residences, and the process is underway. But it's just an overwhelming thing to happen to you. It's a horrible thing.
All right. That's Compass Insurance Group, 303-996-9000. Don, what's going on with your oil change, Don?
Yeah, Tom. I took my truck in to get an oil change Monday. I'd made the appointment last year in December, and they had a special on 3 oil changes for $210. I have a diesel pickup.
Yeah.
But anyway, I took the truck in, and the advisor came in, and she acknowledged that. But when they were done with the truck, I went to pay the bill, and I questioned it. And it was $230.
Now, the 3 oil change special, where did you see this?
Larry Miller Ford, and I have my car.
No, what I mean is, and here's what I need to know, Larry. Did you purchase a coupon or something that said 3 oil change?
No, they had it right in their service department.
What did they have? What did they have?
It was a big sign.
Okay, and the sign said 3 oil changes for how much?
$210.
Okay.
And this is a great deal for diesel.
Got it. So when you went in, you expected to pay a third of that or $210 and get the next 2?
Yeah, well, I expected to get the 3 oil changes, and they just put it in their system that the next one.
Okay. So you paid the bill for $210.
I didn't pay the bill. I made an appointment for that and they had it in their system when I went in. But when I went to pay the bill was $238.
Okay, and you said why is the bill $238?
Yes, and she couldn't explain it, so they got
What
the
would
manager.
it normally be for an oil change, a one-time oil change without a special?
Well, I don't take my diesel over there. I take my car, but not the diesel.
So you have no idea what the normal single oil change for that truck would be?
Well, where I take it, it's $130.
Okay, I got it. So anyway, you questioned the $238. What did they do?
Well, they got the manager. She couldn't explain the billing on it, and
was the sign still there? The 3 oil changes for $210?
No, but it was in the system when I went in. I wasn't paying attention if it was in there.
I got it. Did they say that offer expired? Give me the bottom line. What did they say?
Nope. They said they're losing money doing that and they can't do it. But that's beside the point. I made the appointment and they acknowledged it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Is it in the computer that you paid? Yes. Okay. But you hadn't paid for it when you made the appointment. Is that right?
No. You pay for it after the service is done.
Right. So here's the gist of it. You're thinking I had a contract for 3 oil changes for $210, but you didn't pay for it, so you didn't have a contract. You made an appointment to have it executed. When you got there, they should have told you we're no longer doing this special. So wouldn't they at least give you this one at a special deal?
No, he came out. He said the best I could do. He gave me 2 oil oil changes for $230. So it was still a good deal, but it's just they can back up on this stuff.
No, I understand what you're saying, Don. The problem is it's chicken crap the way they did it. Okay, it really is, especially if they know that you made an appointment, they know they had that special, and now to come out and say, well, I'm sorry, we were losing too much money. Well, okay, tell that to the next guy, but not to a guy who made an appointment for it when they had it. That's just chicken crap. The problem is, I mean, we can have actually someone call for you, but they did come and they at least gave you two for how much?
It's $230 with tax.
So they gave you each one for $115?
Yes.
And that $115, how does that compare to the place you go outside of them?
Oh, it's usually $230, but they're specialists in diesel. That's why I don't take the truck there. I take my car for service, but not the diesel.
I got it. So what would you like us to do?
No, I just thought I'd mention it to you how they can change.
I think it sucks. I really do. But they technically didn't have a contract with you. Suze, if he wants someone to call over there and try to get him a refund, I would. You know, I would take $210, divide it by 3, and that's all he should pay for that one. That's what I believe. All right. Now, the owner of Auto Tech is on. What does she want to talk about, Suze?
Mark wanted her on. That's the customer of the car. Mark asked me to get her on.
The owner of the car is on.
She's the one we haven't heard
I thought it was Whitney.
It is Whitney.
Marcy is Whitney's mother. They both have just as much knowledge on the vehicle.
All right, we'll talk to them later. Okay, we got to take this break. Plus, I want to find out what Merrick has to say. Merrick, what are you calling about?
About specific mask mandate at a private school in Boulder County.
Okay, what about it?
So my 6th grader, my daughter goes to this private school, and then starting this week, they mandate that the kids wear the KN95 mask.
Right.
And she comes home crying, and so I go to CDC guidelines, and I see only recommendations for specific masks, and they all these guidelines, whether it's Boulder Valley Public Health or CDC, they say that 2-ply, even if it's homemade cloth masks, are acceptable. So my question is, can a private school mandate specific masks?
Yes.
They do. They can. Okay.
Because it's a private school. If it's a public school, the whole system would have to do it. But here's the way they're handling mask mandates and vaccine mandates from the tiniest entity outward. Meaning that the private school could say, I want all our teachers to be vaccinated. The county can say, we want masks. The city can say, we want masks. The state can say. And then lastly, the federal government. But if you're asking the rule of law, I think they call it home. I forget what the expression is, but it's from smallest to largest.
Hey, listen to this. Can I read this?
I don't know if it does make sense, by the way, but it does. We have to take a break. What did you want to read about?
Real quick. CDC, this is the newest guidance. It just take a second. This just came out. Listen to this. If people currently in isolation period want to take a rapid test near the end of the 5th-day isolation period, they can. However, they are not being advised to take the test. If they do decide to take the test and the results come back positive, they should continue to isolate
for 5 more days.
For 10 days. If their test results are negative, individuals may end their isolation period but are advised to wear a mask and not eat around other people.
Now,
what,
or
is that the Riddler from Batman?
But hold on. Or, Mark, if you decide not to take the test, you don't have to isolate at all.
Why would you take the test under this?
Under no circumstances would you. It's ridiculous.
It is. It's fucking Batman.
Studio audio is on.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Crews doing some emergency road work on I-25 through the gap with rolling closures. It's currently backing things up southbound I-25 for 2.5 miles. starting at Plum Creek Parkway. Here in the metro area, a vehicle fire blocking the right lane northbound I-25 at 6th Avenue. That's from the
God, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. They're basically saying don't take the test.
Between Vail and Georgetown, and Loveland Pass is closed. Box 31 pinpoint weather, snow showers developing this afternoon. 2 to 6 inches of accumulation possible. Temperatures dropping down to 0 overnight. It's 34 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHOW.
Reset your wellness goals with savings at Whole Foods Market. Take 25% off all supplements January 5th.
You got 88
plus
after
an
me.
extra 10% off for Prime members while supplies last. See more on the Whole Foods Market app.
We're hearing a lot about wind damage and fires, also floods, mold. You can also hear about meth labs that, infiltrate your rental. There's so many bad things that can happen to a property, unattended death. Here's the bottom line. Before you hire a restoration company, listen to me. The chances are better than not that you will get a ripoff if you start searching for restoration. It just attracts the worst of the worst. That's why I got American Restoration on my website, referralist.com, to help you. American Restoration, that's amrest247.com. They have the experience, the EPA certifications. They can evaluate, remove, and remediate floods and damage, and they can rebuild even if you want them to. They work with all major insurance companies. 8337-AMREST. amrest247.com.
It is cold out. If you have a problem with your furnace, I need to give you some great advice. Listen to what I'm saying. There's a company on our referral list, 888heating.com. If your furnace breaks and it's over 10 years old, they're going to do something most companies don't do. They'll come out and give you an honest-to-God great price to fix it. They're not going to try to twist your arm into buying a new furnace. Now, if you want one, they got the best prices out there. But what I love about this company, I don't care how old that unit is, if you just want to get it put back together so it works and gives you heat, they're going to give you a great price to do it. 888heating.com is a website, but you can call them right now or write this number down if there is any issues, 888-HEATING.
In the fitness gallery, we're loving how thousands of people have found out just how safe and convenient it is to work out in your own home. There's never been a better time to buy. We have everything in the store on sale at pre-inflation pricing. You can save huge, up to 50% off, only while supplies last. Take advantage of up to 36 months, 0% financing.
Hi, it's Carl Mecklenburg, former Denver Broncos All-Pro linebacker, defensive captain. This is the place to come if you need a home gym. You'll use it every day. I use
You missed it.
Who said what?
Biden came out and admitted that he's wrong and Trump should be president. And Trump
stepping down.
Trump is going to step in. He wanted to thank you personally.
And I'll have a note at my house waiting on me that I've been assigned vice presidency.
You do better than the one we have now.
Yeah, well, I'm not arguing with you about president, vice president, speaker of the house.
Here's what's going to happen. Listen, I already figured it out. So the Republicans are definitely going to take the Senate, and they're definitely going to take the House come, 9 months from now? There's very little people will say anything different.
I don't think so. But go ahead.
Biden's going to step down, okay? Who's going to become president then? Kamala. What happens when she's not there? Speaker of the House.
Pelosi.
No, it won't be Pelosi.
Who is it? Who is it?
We don't know.
She's not running.
No, it's going to be in 2022 when the Republicans take it back. The Republicans are going to get the presidency back through Speaker of the House.
Interesting.
I would bet you $1 million.
You would have bet me $1 million Trump wasn't going to become president. In fact, you might have bet me $1 million, and I'm still waiting on it.
I swear I didn't believe you when you said that shit to me the first time.
Oh, it's seeping out. So what do you want to do?
You know, we have so many good people that could be the Republican frontrunner.
Florida, man.
Why do they want this fucking guy? Why do they want Trump? I mean, when you say his politics, there are all kinds of Republicans that have his politics without his fucked up ID, without his fucked up personality.
But people seem to be responding or
I like that
reveling.
I love it.
Mark, it's so. Why does it have to be so nasty?
Because the
Same reason you
polarization.
could be nasty.
People like the polarization, you know. They
Of course
like
they do.
They like it flip flop, because that means you don't have to think. You just accept.
We're not going to see in our lifetimes another party, and it's evident the Democrat Party is becoming the Socialist Party. I mean, it's literally
No, it
going
truly
that way.
is. Right.
So you're going to have two parties. It's going to continue that way.
AG says Hillary.
I would take
Hillary over
in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat.
She had more control over what's going on. She would have never pulled out of
Fucking,
Afghanistan.
Barack Obama is a walk in the park.
Oh my God, in a heartbeat.
Look how sensible that son of a bitch was. Huh?
He's nothing. He was middle. You know, he was literally.
So was Clinton.
8 years ago, Barack was in the middle. Right now, Barack is far right.
Of their party.
Of their party.
I didn't know Biden.
You notice he doesn't say shit.
I didn't know Biden was so liberal, did you?
No idea.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. To the phones, and let's talk and find out what's going on. I want to ask quickly here, Marcy's the mom. Marcy, what do you have to say about the auto tech problem? You had an engine installed, and by the way, according to the invoice, nothing there said it was a used engine. Not one word says it was used. In fact, if you Google the part number, it's an engine rebuild kit. Were you under the impression you were getting a rebuilt engine or a used engine?
We were under the impression we were getting a rebuilt engine.
Yeah, and now he's trying to make it sound like it was a used engine, and that it's not under warranty because the oil filters clogged it up. So now I'm having less and less faith on this auto tech.
Well, he did start saying. It sounded like he was saying, we're going to take care of it, but now he's not calling back since his old partner came on.
Marcy, is he going to take care of it or not?
I have no idea. I know that he texted me and said he was at an appointment, he's leaving. I said, maybe you should call back. I don't know if he will or not. I don't know where we stand, but I know that when we first got the first engine in, she had done an oil change right before that, like 160 miles before that.
What are you talking about, the first engine?
Well,
the original engine Saul put in January 2020, 163 miles before that engine got put in, there was an oil change done on that vehicle. 163 miles later, the engine goes bad. That's the first engine Saul put in.
You mean Autotech put two engines in?
No, one so far.
Okay, one. Then what did that have to do?
Confuse the hell out of me.
That confused the hell out of me. What does that have to do with anything? Autotech's not responsible for that first engine.
Was it a Big O that did it?
Taking care of the engine.
What's that?
Whitney had been taking care of the engine or of the car by getting regular oil changes.
Where?
Mostly in Fort Collins, where she lives.
So what you're telling me is that Whitney has a history of having a sludged up car. That doesn't help your case.
No. She's got a history of taking care of the engine, is what she's saying.
But that one seized 160 miles ago. I mean, she had a fresh oil change, and it seized 160 miles later.
What seized, though?
The first engine.
Yeah, the original engine in the vehicle.
How many miles were on that original vehicle, that original engine?
I'm not sure. I think.
What was she? I don't even understand why that's relevant, though.
I don't know either. I have no idea. I have no idea the point they were trying to make.
That she takes care of this car.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
To the best of her ability, although we don't know anything about cars, so we trust.
No, I get you. I get you.
And I want to state this again. I highly doubt 2 different Big O's that I saw the receipts on, that both of them, individually owned by 2 different people, okey-doked her on oil changes. I know we had one caller.
And I say even if they did, it wouldn't seize an engine.
Yeah.
Unless the engine was screwed to begin with. So I think they gave you the impression you were getting a rebuilt engine, and they put in a used engine. And it was probably really used. And as a result, it now seized after 16,000 miles. Who knows how many miles are on that damn car?
You never know.
So where do we go with this?
You need to call him. Here's where you go. We'll give you very explicit directions. Call him right now and see if he's going to handle it. If he says he's not going to handle it, call us back.
That's exactly what you do. 303-713-TALK. Angela, what's going on with you, Angela?
Hey, so we have been dealing with Brian Gray at A Plus Appliance. We bought a used oven with him on Christmas Eve. He told us that it was working just fine, has a 1-year warranty. If anything happens to it,
did you get that in writing? Did you get that in writing?
I do have that in.
So you have a 1-year warranty on a used stove, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
So he would not get back to us within hours.
Well, let's just talk about this, Angela. We don't even need a big story. If you bought a stove with a 1-year warranty and it went bad, they should replace it.
Right.
Why are they not replacing it?
Did it go bad?
Yeah, it never even worked.
Okay, and what are they saying? What are they saying about it?
He told us bring it back in, and I'll check it out. We bring it back into him, and it took him probably 10 days. Still, finally on Monday, he says, there's nothing wrong with it. It's working. We say, okay, we'll come pick it up. Now he won't get back to us. He has our stove and our money and will not get back to us.
All right, so he picked it up a second time.
Yeah, we dropped it off.
Okay, so now he has your stove and your money. We got to give this to somebody to look into. Deputy Smarty Pants. Suze, let's give this to Deputy Smarty Pants to get on this. I think that this is a simple phone call or two. I mean, how long ago?
That would be a hell of a scam. You sell somebody something, tell them to bring it back, and then you disappear. So they have your money and they have their product to sell.
Where's the actual store? Suze, we want to give this to Deputy Smarty Pants. Where's the actual store?
So hold on one second. The actual store, and it's by appointment only.
Yeah, you know why, right? Because of all the COVID crap. Okay, so all right.
He has his address at 977 South Owens Court, Lakewood.
Okay, and you never heard from him after dropping it off the second time?
So after we heard from him, he sent a video and he said it's working fine. There's nothing wrong with this. And my husband said, okay.
Well, okay, it's a house, though. It's not a shop, right?
But no, they say...
No, it's a store.
Let me get this straight. Right now, bottom line, he says it's working. Is that right?
Yeah, but then he's ghosting them.
Correct. But then, he's ghosted us, and we can't get our stove back, and he has our money, too.
Right, I got you. We're going to get on this. Hold on. 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
Sponsored by the Broadmoor.
You can't make that up. You can't make some of this stuff up. It's just impossible. It's just impossible.
You know how many times we've gotten calls to leave? This one will blow you away. Where, like, the guy comes out, let's say it's a landscaper or a mechanic, it doesn't matter. And you have the worst experience ever. And they rip you off. And then when you go in there to complain, they end up selling you something else and you give them more fucking money. And they fuck you again. Then they call. And they literally tell us that. The guy fucked me twice. Well, why'd you let him do it again?
Felt good the first time.
The Broadmoor is extending exclusive rates to their Colorado neighbors.
There's a victim mentality, and it's just
with their Colorado appreciation offer. It's all here, just a short drive away. Visit Broadmoor.com today.
I want to be
clear about this core scans. This carotid artery scan is 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Now, you may have heard of ultrasound scans before, but I assure you it's not core scans. They've developed techniques specifically to find soft plaque, which is an immediate danger for heart disease and risk of stroke. It really is. 98% of the time, your carotid mirrors your cardiovascular system. And 100% of the time, you can attack the problem and reverse it. Just 15 minutes, non-invasive, pain-free. It's that quick, and it's only $150. Do it for yourself or do it for someone else. You can even book online or call them. It's really worth it. I had it done. I noticed some plaque I didn't like, and I did something about it. In Denver and Boulder, core scans, without the E on core, C-O-R, corescans.com. Please call and save a life. 720-740-2663. Do you know that you can establish a tax-free savings account for your retirement? But here's the best part. During your life, you can use the money and then shelter even more money by paying yourself back the money you use. It's a cool strategy called Become the Banker. Find out more. BecomeTheBanker.org. It's a serious, safe, and conservative investment plan. BecomeTheBanker.org. So many people are thinking about fixing up their home because new homes are so expensive. Others are thinking, maybe I'll move away. But what will my house sell for? Zillow's not going to tell you that. Not even an appraisal will tell you that. To find out, you need someone actively in the market like Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. He'll tell you what your house will sell for based on his vast experience, 27 years. He'll take measurements and he'll do comps and everything it takes to get you that price. And it's all free. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
NeoU is my new favorite fitness app, and at $3.99.
Believe everything I get. Real-time coaching, daily live workouts where I can see my friends, plus thousands of on-demand classes like strength, boot camp, yoga, and more. I'm obsessed with NeoU's interactive workouts where my instructors can see and talk to me. And when you sign up for a 60-day free trial by January 31st, you'll pay just $3.99 a month. Sign up now at neoufitness.com. That's neoufitness.com.
I got to get over to Colorado Pain Care because unlike Talib,
what'd you do now?
My shoulder, I really fucked it up and I need to get a trigger point. Unlike Talib, I don't live with pain.
Working out?
Yeah, I do something about it. Yeah, I think I'm doing more fucking harm than good work now.
All right, 68.
Honest to God.
It's true, though, man.
No, you can.
Dude, I know, man.
I'm thinking that sometimes, my even doctor said, Tom, you know, you might be hitting it too hard for your age. He said that. He said there's a time you slow down. He said you still work out, but you don't get crazy. And I think he's trying to help me, you know.
You still work out, but you don't work into pain.
By the way, Silverleaf was done as of the end of November as far as billing them, okay? So just take them off as of the end of November. We may get them back, but I want to make sure that when we go after them, it's only for that point.
Experience it all with the $550 value offer on the Peloton bike, including $300 off the bike, plus free repair and delivery. A $250 value. Terms apply.
If you take a test, we don't want you to take a test, but if you do take a test,
I know,
and it comes back positive,
I know.
Stay home for another 5 days. If you don't take a test, get the fuck out. Oh, and by the way, if it comes back positive, this is a new one. Don't eat with other people. Oh, Lord. You know, that Fauci should just be, he should be in a Dr. Seuss novel. The fucking guy's a moron.
He's not the one that said that.
Well, I'm shocked if he is.
Although I can't stand it.
He said everything else.
Track down every credit you deserve. Tax credits for being a parent, taking care of a parent, going to school, and so much more. You don't want to miss out on thousands. Jackson Hewitt knows that. Discover thousands in tax credits and get your refund guaranteed. Learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey, this is Dave Kaplis. Thanks for listening.
You guys been to Meow Wolf? You'd know if you were. It's crazy.
I don't know if I went there with Mikael and his family because Carol picks out places like that for us to go.
Hi, Tom Martino here at
713-TALK, 713-8255. Russ, what's going on, man? What's your bank? What's happening at your bank? What do you need to know?
Hello?
Hi, Russ. What's going on, man?
Hi. Oh, sorry, I missed the first part. I'm doing fine. I'm kind of nervous about doing a wire transfer. I've never done it before.
Yeah.
And my bank is with Wells Fargo, and my grandson, he's in the Air Force Academy, and so he has USAA.
Yes.
And Wells Fargo says that I have to use their wire transfer routing number.
You're right. That's right.
Is that true? I mean,
yeah, here's what you do. It's really easy. It's what happens, Russ, is you get their routing number and his account number. The routing number identifies the bank. The account number identifies the account. Then you must put the address of the main branch, and then you fill out a wire transfer request. And Wells Fargo is very good at this, and I would fully trust them as long as you're actually talking to Wells, and let them handle it for you.
Can I go to the bank itself and do it?
Absolutely, you can.
You generally have to.
Yeah, many times they won't do it by email or phone unless you have a password set up. My password is password, but no one else knows that. So anyway.
So then Wells Fargo will send that information to USAA so they can send me the money?
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. They're sending you money.
Yes, USAA is. I'm selling my vehicle to my grandson.
Oh, okay. Well, then, no, you
go to your Wells Fargo and you ask them for the wire instructions.
Right, that's right.
Grandson.
Right, yeah, yeah. I thought you were making a payment, so you don't need their instructions. You need to get the wire transfer instructions from your bank, the routing number and your account number and the address, and then send that to your grandson. He gives that to USAA, and USAA initiates the wire.
You can call your branch, and they can just email you the wiring instructions.
All right. By the way, we're out of time. Let's get Frank on tomorrow. I'm Tom Martino. Don't give referralist.com for help, information, and referrals.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino.
And stay connected with all of us
at 630 KHOW.
KHOW.com.
And on the iHeartRadio app.
Leland Conway is next
on Denver's talk station.